Mrs. Monica Savarwal, Mrs. Suman Dawar to please come on the dais. First of all, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. D.K. Sharma, Medical Superintendent, AIMS Delhi. Welcome, sir. Thank you for sparing your precious time and accepting our invitation. I request Ms. Sonali to give token of love. Please, someone take photograph. I welcome guest of honor, Mrs. Nirmal Kane, Nursing Superintendent, AIMS Delhi. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here on this auspicious day. I request Ms. Rosmi to give token of love.
Okay. चलो बेटा इस तरफ आ जाओ.
I welcome organizing chairperson Dr. Lata Venkateshan, Professor cum Principal, College of Nursing, AIMS Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. I welcome Dr. Kamlesh Sharma, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIMS Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for being with us. I request Ms. Surya to give token of love. I would like to welcome Dr. Shashi Mawar, coordinator of this workshop, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIMS Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for guiding us throughout the planning and preparation and being a good mentor. I request Ms. Shruti to give token of love. I welcome Mrs. Monica Sabarwal, tutor, College of Nursing, AIMS, Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your guidance and support. I request Ms. Seema to give token of love. I welcome Mrs. Suman Dabas, tutor, College of Nursing, AIMS, Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for guidance throughout program planning. I request Ms. Neetu to give token of love. I welcome all other faculty members present and in their absentia for the workshop. No program is possible without participants. I welcome all the participants for this workshop. You are the essence of this workshop, and your active participation is required to make the workshop a great success. Hearty welcome all of you and my colleagues who are working hard to make this workshop a memorable one. Now, I would like to invite all the dignitaries for lamp lighting.
Okay.
Please start Saraswati Vandana. Now, I request Dr. Shashi Mawar ma'am to address audience, share the objectives and theme of the workshop.
A very good morning to everyone. Respected Dr. D.K. Sharma, Medical Superintendent, Madam Nirmal Kane, Nursing Superintendent, Dr. Kamlesh Sharma, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, Madam Monica, and Madam Suman, and my other colleagues, as well as participants and dear students. We have thought about planning in-service program on infrastructural planning. And this is a very important area for administrators, not only for medical field, but even for nursing fraternity. So the topic chosen is very apt for nurse administrators, and that is the reason we have chosen the nurse administrators to be attending this workshop because they are usually involved in the planning and designing of hospital infrastructural things. So the intent of this workshop is basically to sensitize you regarding the hospital norms. What are the norms which we should be following through while we are planning, and when it should be done, how it should be done, and also to provide information related to infrastructural guidelines, specifically on disaster prevention. We need to incorporate the disaster prevention guidelines while we are planning for infrastructural building norms. Then another objective is to design how to design an ICU, an emergency, how to design a ward, and the specific critical areas. What should be the points to be kept in mind while we're designing those, and if at all, like we have planned everything, but if at all any disaster occurs, what should be our disaster evacuation plan? Also, we should be knowing at the planning stage. So with this, these are the objectives, and I expect that all of you will be able to learn something during this sessions which we are conducting. We also have a exercise session at the end regarding which we are going to involve all of you, that how we will be designing a ICU or an emergency at the end of the workshop. Then the theme of the today's workshop is, anybody knows what is the theme? It is already disclosed. No, that is the topic. What is the theme? Think ahead and be prepared. So we need to think in advance so that we are prepared for the future. With this, I welcome all of you once again, and a happy learning to you. And I hope you are going to enjoy these few hours of learning with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your motivating words. Now, I would request Dr. Kamlesh Sharma, Associate Professor, to address the audience.
Respected Medical Superintendent Sir, Professor Dr. D.K. Sharma, Dr. Lata Venkatesan, our Professor Cum Principal, College of Nursing, AIMS, Madam Nirmal Kane, Nursing Superintendent, AIMS, Dr. Arun, AIMS New Delhi, Mr. Deepak Venkatesh, Shri P.K. Rao, who will be the speakers of the day today, all the organizers, organizing secretary, organizing team, and dear participants, and of course the post basic BSc nursing students who are actually behind organizing this particular workshop. Now, first and foremost, why do we have these workshops? In addition to what Madam Dr. Shashima has said, that what you will be learning during the day. This exercise from College of Nursing is supposed to be teaching, educating both basic nursing students or even MSc nursing students how to organize such events. Tomorrow they are going to be in these places or as educators or managers or administrators. So they have to learn how to organize these in-service education program. So towards this end, we have about a series of about 10 workshops this time. This theme or this topic that has been aptly
conceived by our able principal ma'am. And now throughout all these 10 workshops, different aspects are going to be taken up for the learning of the nursing officers or the nurse managers of different levels according to their requirements. I think it would be an understatement to say that how important this is. As Madam has said, that this is something that we need to be prepared for. Very often we see that things happen and then we try to plan and work out things reactively. Even a small fire is there and then we try to find out what could have been done. There is some mishap in the hospital or in the other administrative area and then we try to find out what is it that we could have done. Recently, I'm sure you have had this first-hand experience of COVID, the big emergency that everybody had to take note of. Before that, we had some fire in some of the units, some academic wings of the institute as well. And then we try to think about what more could we have done. So instead of thinking reactively, we need to work proactively. See how we can design these areas, what infrastructure is required so as to prevent such mishaps or to handle these more effectively and to reduce the damage that generally happens. So towards that end, I must congratulate the organizing team, the chairperson, the secretaries, and everybody else who have been working tirelessly to make it a learning experience for all of us. I'm very thankful to our chief guest, Dr. D.K. Sharma sir. Actually, he's more of a family than a chief guest. I do not know. Pardon me, sir. Actually, so because for every event in the college, we know that if nobody else is there, sir is there, and very often even in the cultural programs, sir and his family. So we always take it as a given that we have our family there. So thank you so much for your support and encouraging the students every single time. I must thank Dr. CNO Madam, Dr. Kamlesh Chandriya, who always supports us in organizing such events, and Madam Nirmal Kain for readily agreeing to be the guest of honor today. And you have today a very fine line of speakers who will be deliberating and very practical points with you. My only appeal to all the participants is please take active participation in all the discussions and deliberations. And this is not one-way learning, it must be two-way learning for everybody. Okay? You have your strengths, you know the issues at hand, you have faced that in recent times, so do not hesitate to discuss those and to deliberate on the same. So with this, I would not like to stand in between the students or the participants and the learning experience today. So thank you everyone once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now I request Mrs. Nirmal K, Nursing Superintendent, AIMS Delhi, to address the audience.
Good morning, respected Dr. D.K. Sharma, Medical Superintendent, AIMS Hospital, Dr. Lata Venkatesan, Principal, College of Nursing, Dr. Shashi Mawar, organizer of the program, and the other faculty members and dear participants. It's my pleasure to be here with you on inauguration of this workshop on hospital infrastructure planning and designing organized by College of Nursing. Hospital infrastructure planning is an essential part of clinical nursing administration and it should be on top priority. It is an opportunity to attend workshop on infrastructure planning and designing. We need to have updated knowledge and adequate skill to provide quality patient care. As nurse administrator, we have to plan and design wards and units. By participating in this workshop, nursing administrators will increase their knowledge. I congratulate the principal, College of Nursing, the faculty member, and student, College of Nursing aims to organize these kind of workshops. Thank you. Happy learning. All the best.
A heartfelt thanks to you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. D.K. Sharma, sir, Medical Superintendent, AIMS Delhi, to say words of wisdom.
Thank you. fellow dignitaries on dais, Madam Nirmal Ken, Dr. Kamlesh, Dr. Shashi, Ms. Suman, Ms. Monica, Principal College of Nursing, I believe is available online. Dr. Arun, my colleague who is present here, participants of this program, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to compliment the College of Nursing that the college is fulfilling its responsibility of imparting education and training in the right way. That one, through formal educational programs, imparting degree of BSc honors, BSc post basic, then MSc in various specialties. And besides these formal degrees, the college is also conducting several workshops, training programs, symposia, conferences, thereby imparting knowledge, wisdom, and training to the participants. And today's topic, hospital infrastructure planning, with the theme of think ahead, be prepared, is indeed very important. There is a basic dictum in medical sciences: prevention is better than cure. So that applies here. That if you can think ahead and plan and prevent something, it is much better than treatment. So you have to think of how to go ahead with the infrastructure planning so that your processes can be according to the given norms and the outcome will be the best possible. Here I would like to talk about two basic principles in management that we teach our students. One is input, process, output, and second is form follows function. So input, process, output model says that first of all, you have to see that your input to anything is right. Then you have to follow the right processes, and thereby the outcome is going to be right as you desire. So here, what I am talking about the input. In input, we can talk about physical infrastructure, manpower planning, money, the equipments, and everything. So here today, we are talking about infrastructure planning. So if our input in terms of infrastructure planning is good and we follow right processes, so the outcome, that is good patient care services, is going to be indeed improved. Second is form follows function. This is true in infrastructure. That means you have to think of various functions that the facility is going to provide beforehand and accordingly design the infrastructure. Because otherwise, what happens quite often is that some building is made and you are asked to use it, and then you end up thinking that how to use this particular room, how to break the wall, how to do this thing, how to plan evacuation in case of disaster, all those things. So basically, functions have to be decided first, and then only the form should come up. This is the basic essence of infrastructure planning. And this is very, very important when we talk about emergencies and disasters. Because one, the emergency and disasters ought to be prevented as far as possible. But there are certain things which are not in our hands. So for that, we have to be well prepared. That means if we are planning the emergency department, where it is located, how the patient will be received, if there is a disaster, there is an increased load. So how will they be disembarked from the vehicles? How will be taken in? Where they will be triaged, uh, given preliminary treatment, shifted to proper areas. So all those things, if you are able to think ahead, only then you can advise that this should be planned in this particular way, and that is how your infrastructure, good infrastructure, will come. And that is what I believe is going to be taught to you today. And I'm sure that the knowledge gained by all of you during today's deliberations will be indeed very helpful to you when you go back to your respective places and start working as nursing officers. Uh, and I'm sure that the learnings with today's program as well as all other programs that the college has been conducted is going to give you knowledge, wisdom, and experience to deal with various situations. I wish the program a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating and inspiring words. I request Mrs. Suman Labas, ma'am, to deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you. So good morning, all the dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries joining online and their participants who are attending physically and the participants who are attending it online. So it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of chairperson, coordinator, and organizing team of today's workshop on infrastructure development and planning. So I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Randeep, our director sir, Dr. Randeep Guleria, for permitting us to conduct this workshop. And I must mention the deep sense of appreciation to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. D.K. Sharma, Medical Superintendent, AIMS New Delhi, for his esteemed presence and always supporting us in our programs and for his words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to express founding thanks to our CNO ma'am, Mrs. Kamlesh Chanderia, in her absence, and who always support us in providing the participants and in all the logistics while conducting these programs. Thanks to Mrs. Kamlesh Chanderia, Chief Nursing Officer. Uh, and I would like to thank our guest of honor, Mrs. Nirmal Kaur ma'am, and Nursing Superintendent AIMS New Delhi for supporting us and accepting our invitation and for her esteemed presence. And I extend my sincere thanks to our principal ma'am, Dr. Lata Venkatesan, in her absentia for her unconditional support, encouragement, and guidance throughout the program and always providing us all the support. I would like to thank our uh, Dr. Kamlesh Sharma ma'am, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, AIMS New Delhi, in providing support throughout the program. And I would like to thank Dr. Shashi Mawar, coordinator for today's program, and for her constant support in organizing the program, coordinating these events, and arranging all the logistics for this program. Thank you so much, ma'am. I thank the organizing team, Mrs. Monica Sabharwal, Tutor College of Nursing, in organizing this event for her constant support and tireless efforts in arranging today's event. I would like to thank all the faculty from College of Nursing for coordinating their efforts in organizing. I would like to thank post BSc Nursing second year student for their tireless and united efforts uh, for organizing this event. And I would like to thank all the speakers, eminent speakers, who will be sharing their knowledge in this event. I would like to thank all the participants who are joining here physically and who are connected with us online. And I thank all the staff of CMET for all the technical support and arranging all the logistics required to conduct this program. Thank you so much. I would like to express my sincere thanks to AIMS Cafeteria for providing food for this program. And in the last, if I forget anyone's name, I'm thankful to each and every person who are continuously working behind the scene for making this program uh, in real situation. And thank you everyone, and have a wonderful learning experience. Thank you so much. Now we will disperse for the tea break. We can join in pantry, which is at the entrance. हाँ पूरा पूरा नीचे सुनो उधर ध्यान दो, उधर ध्यान दो। पेंट्री में उधर पेंट्री में
तुम चाय कौन को पढ़ा रहे हो? तुम तो यहाँ पे मीटिंग कर रहे हो, किसी को सर्व करने के लिए कौन है इंचार्ज? सब यहाँ पे साड़ी में ऐसे आगे जैसे तो है ना, मतलब उसके बाद दिमाग काम नहीं करता। साड़ी पहन लो और उसके बाद काम मत करो। अब क्या फायदा है? मिस्टेक ही मिस्टेक है, पानी तक लेके नहीं आए। कहाँ लाए? कहाँ रखा हो? ऑब्वियस है, वो तो पानी नहीं है यहाँ पे, बॉटल्स नहीं है, वो कल की है बस, जो 5-6 बचेंगे। तुम्हारा क्या रहता है? कल जो था पैंट्री में रखो, यहाँ नहीं लेके। हाँ तो पैंट्री में क्यों नहीं रखो? नहीं में रखो। बॉटल्स 6 मंगाई मैंने सुबह, क्यों नहीं लाके दी? पहले से रखना था ना, मैंने सुबह भी बोला था, उसके बाद मैंने मैसेज भी किया, फिर भी वो एक लेके आई, तमीज नहीं है। हमने कल भी देखी थी, मुझे किसी ने नहीं, प्रोग्राम से पहले रख दो। साथी की ड्रेस को लेके इसलिए ग्लासेस नहीं पे देने के लिए ग्लास लाए कहाँ रखे मेरे कमरे में ग्लास?
क्या हो गया, तू एक्सटेंशन के पीछे तू क्यों इतना ही भर उठा उठा लिया है, क्या हो गया? तो तू ऐसे गलत इंप्रेशन बना रहा है तू अपने आप को। डिपार्टमेंट का काम है, कहीं जरूरत पड़ेगी यहाँ से तार पड़ेगा तो मैं लेने में क्या पाप लग गया। तो इतना मत सोचा कर, या इतना कम उम्र में इतना स्ट्रेस ले रहा है ना, दिक्कत हो जाएगा तेरे को। हमें कुछ दिक्कत नहीं है।
दिक्कत तो अभी चल ही रही है सर, ऐसे भी स्ट्रेस
इतना इतना छोटी सी चीज के लिए कैसे पकड़ के रखा है। कल आया है तू यहाँ पे पूरा खाया रोड में। ये सोच ही ठीक है, वो जब आया कल कल पूरा लाल हो रहा था तेरा फेस। समाधि का तेरे को क्या बोले, जरूरत है
शर्मा जी की बातें जो ना अलग ही बात होती है। वो कहते हैं मैं सिर्फ नहीं बताऊं तो फिर पिट जाते हैं। कल बताया तो ऐसे कह रहे हैं मुझसे यार। ठीक है सर, पहले कहते हैं नहीं मेरे को टाइम है, बताओ तो फिर कहते हैं फिर मैं बताता नहीं तो फिर क्या छोटा है क्या बड़ा है या तो मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ। मैं इसको
ठीक है।
एक के बाद एक मुसीबत आ रही है। अब आप क्या बोलो, आप पहले वो हो रही है हमारे बंद नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, क्या बताऊँ।
यार ये 3 एक्वा वाली है, ये बड़ी है। जा यार, 3 में 3 चाहिए। कोशिश नहीं ले यार कुछ।
सबको दिखा दे, डॉक्टर ने बोला कुछ भी नहीं है।
स्ट्रेस है और कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है। इतना स्ट्रेस मत ले।
सर इससे स्टॉप अब बंद ही कर दूं ना इससे?
क्यों?
लिंक
हाँ लिंक स्टॉप शेयर कर दो।
स्टॉप शेयरिंग तो कर दिया था मैंने। कैमरा ऑफ कर दूं?
क्यों? जरूरत नहीं है आपको। सुनो,
हाँ।
आपको खाली बैठना है, बाकी आप कुछ नहीं करना है, वो काम हमारा है।
ठीक है ठीक।
इतना स्ट्रेस मत लो।
हम तो बड़े हैं।
टेंशन में बोलो क्या सारा किसी भी यदि कोई ले जाए ना, मैं छोड़ एकदम छोड़ा।
ये वाला नहीं, ये वाला।
गुस्से लगने से क्या होता है? हम क्या
ये इलाज ही होता है ना।
क्या क्या हो गया? और थोड़ा
बस पूरा
बस 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 छोड़ दे। अब थोड़ा सा इलाज।
अपनी साइड की टेबल ले।
आप जब आए आप यहाँ पे
बस।
में जाए अंदर।
जाइए चाय पी ले।
यहाँ पे कितने बजे आए? 10:30 12 बजे आए। इवेंट जब खत्म हो गया।
नहीं सर, 10:30 बजे वाले सीएफ वालों को लेके मैं आया था, रंजीत संजीत को लेके।
उसके बाद जब एक्सटेंशन
एक्सटेंशन बोर्ड तो शाम को आया, मैं 5 बजे सर।
5 बजे जब एंट्री किया, वो किस तरह का रिएक्ट करके आप मतलब से फेस बॉडी लैंग्वेज का बता रहा था। मेरे को पूछा था पहले गायब गायब है तो हम देंगे ना, तो समझ नहीं। वो हमें ले रहा है, एक्सटेंशन बोर्ड दे रहा है तो उसको छूटा है। सीएलए से बीएलए तो अमृतसर प्लस पहले ना, वो छोटा रूम से क्या है, वो छोटा रूम उसमें लगा दे साइड में पावर केबल, एक बड़ा केबल दे तो बस हो गया काम खत्म। सॉल्यूशन निकालने के रास्ता ढूंढ, सॉल्यूशन को यू टर्न करने की मत कर, इससे तेरा बढ़िया रहेगा आगे। जिंदगी में कितनी सॉल्यूशन आएगा, प्रॉब्लम आएगी। हार्डवेयर चलते थे, नेट नहीं चल रहा है, स्ट्रीमिंग नहीं हो रही है, तो क्या कर लेगा? हर चीज हमारे हाथ में थोड़ी है। नहीं गायब हो गया तो
सर अब नहीं बताओ तो फिर वो फिर बाद में नहीं बताओ तो
अरे वो सुन,
आपको भी मालूम नहीं है तो आप ऐसे
वो बात नहीं है कमल। तू इशू को बढ़ा रहा है। कभी कभी बैठ के सोचना मेरी बातों को। इशू को तू बढ़ा रहा है। एक्सटेंशन बोर्ड नहीं है फास्ट बैठ, वो तो लास्ट में है। जब मेरे से क्रॉस हो जाए फिर उसके पास जाना। एक्सटेंशन बोर्ड बॉबी को भेजता दे दे, बस खत्म। मैं 2 दिन से नहीं, मैं तो ना गायब है।
तो सर मैंने आपको बोला ना, उसको थोड़ी बोला।
उसको बोलने का भी तरीका होती है कमल। मैंने बोला कि वो अभी है तो जाके दे देगा। सॉरी की बात नहीं है, ये लर्निंग है तेरे लिए, ये लाइफ शुरू नहीं हुआ है अभी, तो इसको सीख है, अच्छा सा है। हमने मैं परमानेंट स्टाफ होकर मैं भी सिक्योर फील नहीं करता हूँ, तू क्या फील करे? मैं आज काम कर रहा हूँ, कल यदि काम खराब होगा वही यही स्टाफ गाली देगा। सर ऐसी है भाई, जो अच्छा काम करेगा उसको गाली ही पड़ता है। तो मेहनत तो नहीं करते, अब करते हैं।
सर अब यहाँ से चुपचाप से सॉल्व कर दूंगा ना सारी प्रॉब्लम, तो वहाँ से
प्रॉब्लम
फिर भी
तू एक बात बता ना, प्रॉब्लम तो अभी कहाँ बड़ा है? तो मेरे को बता कर, तो बता मैं प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं किया, अभी तूने दिया मेमोरी स्टिक, अभी मैं खाली कर रहा हूँ।
सर मैंने आईटी का चुपचाप बता दिया।
ऑनलाइन हो जाओ और कुछ भी करो।
तुमने बताया होगा उनको, तो तभी पता चला।
लाना सर, सामने थोड़ी है।
इतना नहीं उठाना है, इतना नहीं उठाना
सामने आके लिखी पढ़ लिख के रख
है।
रहा
छोड़ ना तू उनको,
अब आजकल तू कागज
सर,
पे लिख
slides.
कहीं से जाएगी। आप जो कह रहे थे
नहीं नहीं, तो ऑनलाइन वाले सर एक्चुअली डॉक्टर दीपक हैज रिक्वेस्टेड नॉट टू रिकॉर्ड. He's taken some photographs and pictures, video from hospital from Japan.
प्रॉब्लम होता
So
है।
it will actually not copyright.
तेरे सामान के ध्यान रखते तो तेरी क्या है?
Requested him to
है
take the
क्या?
session in the last. Till then we will do that. सबको आना उसके बाद शुरू होगा। सर के नेम प्लेट कनेक्ट पे होगा, इसे चेंज कर दो, इसको हटा के इसके से चेंज कर दो। नंबर वाले पे छोड़
दिया होगा
जनरल केयर मैम का भी
मैडम को बुलाइए जो
ये बात तो बात है, ये और वो वाला ठीक है। वहाँ पे लगाते कमेंट क्यों बताएंगे कम्युनिकेशन मैम इसके साथ भेजे ना ये अरे नहीं मेरे कहने का ये तो मैं बता दी किसी ने नहीं ये नहीं भेजना क्योंकि शाम को भी चाहिए होगा नहीं मैं शाम को बता दूँ नहीं यहाँ पे बैठ जाना लेकिन वरना ये लाइव जाता है ना तो यहाँ पे खाली अच्छा नहीं दिखता ठीक है बैठ जाओ अगर एक पीसीस वन को बिठा
सबका पीपीटी का है, सबका पीपीटी
यहाँ पे रहना समझ में नहीं सर मुझे तो कोई शेयर नहीं है
पेंशन है नहीं।
लाइट जा रहा है
Welcome back, everyone. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Arun Verma, Senior Consultant, Project Management Unit, AIMS Delhi. Sir is going to share his expertise on overview of hospital designing as well as infrastructure guidelines for disaster prevention. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, morning. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of you for organizing this workshop, and I'd like to ask them basically, I'm not the firm believer of these kind of workshop unless or until these are the bi-directional. Okay, we will keep this interactive session, and wherever it is possible, you can ask the question in between, and at the end of the session, we will discuss all the things. So let's start. Overview of the hospital building now. So to start any of the project, you have to fix the basic the guiding principles for the project. Am audible? So for the guiding principle for the hospital planning, you have to fix the clientage. So what kind of population you like to serve? Basically urban or the rural, or the what kind of facility you are planning? Basically the primary level, secondary level, tertiary level, or so-called the quaternary level. So your planning of the hospital is according to the services or the clientage you are going to serve. Secondly, the what kind of patient you are willing to take, critical patient, normal patient, or moderate to severely ill, or the ultimately critical. If you are planning for the critical patient, we have to plan for the ICU beds. Otherwise, we can have the SDU or the normal general beds. We will share the madam. We will share the presentation. Not a problem. Then the knowledge of the specific technology. If we have to align our thoughts or the planning process with the available technology. If we are having the basically we are planning for the CT scan, MRI, or the modern diagnostic or the laboratory techniques, then we have to fill the basically the guidelines or the required criteria for the fixing of such kind of facilities. If we are planning for the MRI, we have to keep thinking around the 80 square meter or the 80 square meter road for the planning of the MRI and associated services. Like we have to plan for the helium gas chamber for the MRI. So the basic requirement to fix the facility in the hospital, we have to keep the guidelines open. Then we have to go through the architectural factors. sometimes the plot available for the planning of hospital is not the rectangular or the square shape, or you have to plan the linear or the non-linear type of the buildings. Linear is the basically the rectangular shaped building or the L-shaped building or the square shaped building. Sometimes due to architecture factors constraint, you have to plan the non-linear buildings such as the spherical shaped building or the irregular L-shaped, M-shaped buildings or the curvy linear type of the buildings. Basically, if you are planning the curvy linear buildings or the spherical or the circular type of the buildings, there is the most of the dead spaces which come inside the hospital. Basically, in the square shape, you can fix a bed or you can fix a facility, but if the if the building or the floor area is the curvy linear basically, and you have to place your bed or the services on the periphery, then the square shape area and the end of the bed area basically that become the dead space and increase the basically the infection control, basically infection rates in the hospital. Then there are some design considerations for hospital buildings. One is the structural consideration to accommodate current or the future needs. Basically, sometimes when we are planning, there is the budgetary constraint, or you have to start the hospital with the initial budget. Suppose we have the 100 crore budget for planning a hospital. By the end of the planning or the end of the construction, at the time of commissioning of hospital, all the budget is gone. So you have to start the hospital within that constraint. So if you are planning a CT scan, MRI, or the advantages or the high level of the planning structure like the super specialties, OT, hybrid OT, robotic OT, so-called whatsoever it is. So you have to first initiate with the normal or the basic investigation like the hematology investigation, like the X-ray, not the CT or not MRI. For the future needs, we have to plan. So many of the hospital we have seen there is the expansion later on. If you have planned a building today and your requirement down the time, basically 5 years later, you have to plan an MRI. You can't put an MRI in that building. If you have planned 5 years before, there's a team for today is the basically the think ahead. You have to think five years or the 10 years down the line. If you are requiring such kind of techniques, such kind of diagnostics, or the such kind of lab investigation in future. Basically, if you are planning to have the MRI or CT scan down the line of the 5 years or the 10 years, then you have to plan accordingly. Basically, for these type of diagnostic, you have to need around 100 square meter to 150 square meter of area. And if the hospital premises is small or the not sufficient for having such kind of area, we can't plan. So we have to think ahead. Then the electrical and the mechanical consideration for the current and the future. As per the general norm, basically one patient bed consumes 3 to 5 kilowatt hours. In layman's language, basically 5 units per hour per bed. If you are planning at 100 bed hospital, then you have to think around the 500 units per hour. Basically, is the consumption for the hospital. It's a normal hospital, not a super specialty hospital. So the electrical load we have to capture accordingly for the basically the plant bed space, and accordingly the water requirement. Water requirement is basically the in the tune of 400 to 500 liter per bed per day. So the storage of that kind of water, availability of water, and in case of electrical load, you have to plan sometimes. If you are planning more than 200 beds of hospital, you have to plan electrical substation within the hospital premises. So the basically the requirement and clearances from the local municipal corporations and the electricity board, which are supplying it, so much of electricity is available for that hospital or so much of water. And if water is supplying to the hospital, then after the consumption, the water becomes basically the treatable or the non-treatable. Then accordingly the ETP and the STP facilities to be planned. So ETP basically where the chemical waste is coming out from the labs, the waste water is going to the ETP, and from the general sewerage or the general washrooms, the water goes to the STP. So we have to plan the ETP and the STP accordingly. Then the adequate space for the provision of patient care and unhindered maneuvering. Basically, sometimes what we have seen in the ward, sometimes patient collapse inside the ward, and you have to intubate the patient in the ward. You have to move the ward, move the bed, but there is no space. You have to intubate the patient. You have to come on the head side of the patient, and first you have to basically move the bed to the leg side of the patient. Come the doctor or the assistant or the nursing to the head side of the patient, but there is no space. So the golden 45 seconds or 1 minute are wasted to get the doctor or the anesthetic or the intubation, whosoever is done, to come on the head side. So basically, we have to plan accordingly. If we are having the such kind of patient which might require the intubation or the critical care support, we have the enough bed space on the head side or the leg side so that we can move the bed. Then the destination points for the patient. Basically, how the patient come in the hospital. What are the starting points? One is the OPD, one is the ED, emergency, and second is the directly patient can come to the daycare. So we have to have the definite routes or the marks from the OPD to transfer the patient to the IPD, or from ED to IPD, or from daycare to IPD. Dedicated routes. And the size and type of door openings. Sometimes what we have seen is basically the turning radius of a bed. A bed is basically a 6 feet or 6.5 feet long. When it turns along the curvature, where sometimes what we have seen is the bed is moving in the gallery, and later you have to turn the bed 90 degree or 180 degree or 120 degree whatsoever. So the turning radius is the critical point here. For the turning radius, basically for the 6 and 5 feet long bed, we have the 20 feet of the turning radius, approximately or roughly basically 3 times of the length of the bed. So the doors which are basically openable or the two-side doors opening outside is never permissible. Doors should be opening inside. Or the better practice is having the sliding doors. Basically, to overcome the turning radius of the 20 feet or the 22 feet, we can have the openable doors side by side instead of doors opening outside. Outside opening doors are basically uh, not permitted nowadays, but a better option is the doors opening inside. आउटसाइड वाला तो वो कॉरिडोर को ही ब्लॉक कर लेगा तो टर्निंग रेडियस हो ही नहीं पाएगी उसके लिए. Then the types of floor services and the transition needed to facilitate safe and effective use of patient handling and movement of equipment. Basically, the type of floor services. In the initial days when the hospital was planned in the basically in the urban areas or the semi-urban areas, there is a tradition that use the Italian marble or the Italian floorings or Sangmarmar type of the structures basically. But when we use as the hospital is basically the infection prone area, for the infection control purposes, you have to use some kind of chemicals. Either you have to use the betadine type of structure or the Cyanox or the oxidative type of the chemicals which can disinfect the floor area basically. So when you use the chemicals on these kind of Italian marblings or the Sangmarmar or other type of Kota stone, whatsoever it is, so there is staining on them. So the floor material should be of that kind that is stain free and one is non-porous. Otherwise, the water will permeate inside the stone or the inside the floor material and keep them damp. And the dampness is basically the welcome for the fungi or the bacteria or the virus. There is basically the multiplication sites for them. So we have to have the non-porous and the cleanable and non-stainable type of the floor surfaces. Then the coordination of patient handling and movement equipment installation. Basically, according to the mechanical electricity load, we can plan our infrastructure later on. Then the storage spaces. But we have seen in the wards or the other ICU routines, there is no provision for the storage spaces. Basically, majority of the equipment needs some installations along some accessories. For example, we have to take the ventilator. Ventilator is one, but for each and every patient, we have to use the separate circuit. And separate circuit is huge. Basically, 2 square meter of the need 2 square meter or 2.5 square meter of the storage area for a one circuit. And if your ICU is of the 20 beds, and your turnover is the daily or the alternate day patient is turned over from the ICU, either a patient got expired or the shifted to the HDU or the ICU or downgraded from here, then we need the huge storage requirement. Right now, in the previously we have basically experienced in the hospital storage, there is a storage constraint. We are seeing in the main hospital already, there is storage constraint. And for the future need, we have to plan the storage area accordingly. Then the impact of the installation and the use of patient handling and movement equipment. Basically, the equipment have to be shiftable. Right now, you are fitting any equipment in the basement or the ground floor, but as per your requirement changes, you have to move the equipment to the another floor or the another side. So these there should be the friendliness to the shifting of the equipment. Then impact of installation and use of patient handling and movement of aesthetics basically. Then the infection control risk mitigation requirements. Infection control is basically the this is the core in the hospital that the infection should be controlled. If the patient is coming to the hospital, he is well assured that he is not getting any nosocomial or the hospital infection in the hospital. We have to assure the patient that his infection will be treated, but he is not getting the cross infection from the another patient. So the hospital should be planned accordingly. There is adequate air circulations, adequate infection control practices to be followed. How the infection control practices will be followed? Basically, is the question here is that you have to use the surfaces which are smooth, which are easily cleanable, which are easily maintainable. Then the AHU planning, air handling unit planning, basically. The majority of the infections which we have seen over the period of time are basically the spreading through the route of air. These are all are the basically the communicable disease, including the TB or the recently basically the COVID or whatsoever it is. These are spread through the air. So if we are planning an air handling unit which is separate for that area and only used in that area or basically the compartmentization of the patient, the same type of disease character can be compartment in the one area or one ward or one HD or one 6 bed or 8 bed units, then we can plan AHU air handling unit accordingly for it. Then the site selection for the hospital. Uh, this is basically the what kind of plot we are planning for the hospital building should not be. It should not be the liquid ground. Basically, it should be a solid ground which is not filled previously by water or by basically. Sometimes we have seen in the sometimes the hospital are planned in the village periphery or the outskirts of the district where previously there was a pond and later they fill the pond with the soil and they allot this land to the hospital. And when the hospital or other building whatsoever is built on that ground, they will collapse over a period of time. Then the hill slopes are basically unstable, so the hospital should not be planned there. Flood prone areas and adjoining unsafe building or structures. Basically, if the hospital is surrounded by the unsafe buildings, so at the time of disaster, when the earthquake come or another basically the disaster came, surrounding buildings may collapse on the hospital. So basically, hospital is the one building which should be collapsed last or should not be collapsed in any of the basically hard times or the in any of the hard times. Basically, it needs hospital is needed mostly, and the first most thing hospital is needed in the community at the time of disaster. So at the time of disaster, every patient has to run to the hospital, and the hospital is self collapsed. Then where the patient has to go? Then the poor accessibility in the post-disaster situation is the hospital is basically situated in an area which is surrounded by the basically the unsafe buildings. So unsafe building might collapse on the road. So there is poor accessibility to the hospital. So we have to plan accordingly. Then there are some laws which are governing the commissioning. These are the laws which are directly related to the commissioning, not to the basically the general day-to-day or the operational activities of the hospital. Basically, these are the Atomic Energy Act, which is applicable to the if you are planning to have the PET scan, then we have to abide to the Atomic Energy Act. Then if we are planning to have the lift, by and large, every hospital nowadays having the lift. Basically, the critical and the non-critical patient has to go through the lift shifted. Either OPD patient might go through the escalators or the steps staircases, but the critical patient has to shift to the by the lift. So we have to abide accordingly with the Delhi lift rules or the whatsoever the state lift rules. Then the Delhi lifts and escalator bill and the companies that have to be registered, hospital is registered accordingly in the company act. Then the electricity rules, we have to declare basically the all our electricity requirement we have calculated per bed wise. The rough factor is the 3 to 5 kilowatt hours per bed. So we have to calculate accordingly and declare. If there is a need of the substation to be put or having the 33 kV line directly to the hospital or the hotline, then we can think accordingly as per that rule within the time frame. Then the Delhi Fire Prevention and Fire Safety Act, we have to abide to the fire services norm. Right now, the fire services norm in the Delhi does not provide the critical patient above the 30-meter height. So basically, above the 30 meter, you cannot put a critical patient, which means if I say you in the a floor is approximately 4.5 meter high. So after the sixth floor, you can't put a critical patient. If a floor is basically this floor is the 4.5 meter height. So within 30 meters there is a sixth floor. So you can't put right now the on the critical patient, or you can't make OTs or ICU on the seventh floor. You have to put all the critical patient within 30 meters. These are the new guidelines which are coming just 3 years back. Right now we have all the OTs and ICU on the 8th floor. These are just 3 years back after the fire in the AIMS only. Then you have to abide to the Electricity Act or Electricity Rule, or basically a National Building Act. We have to comply with the Disaster Management Act, Radiation Protection, and the Society Registration Act. When the land use should be according to the Urban Land Act. Then the Indian Boilers Act. Basically, these acts are very old. Right now, the steam Indian Boilers Act is basically for the steam used in the hospitals. Right now, we are not using any kind of steam in the modern hospitals. These are for the CSSDs or the laundries. Nowadays, the laundries are automated and CSSD are automated. They are not requiring the external steam support. They are well generated for their own machine. And the hospital to be registered in the clinical establishment. So planning of a hospital. So how a hospital is planned? There is various consultancies which charge huge for basically a planning aspect of the hospital bed. So right now we start the planning of the hospital beds. Okay, how much big hospital or how many bedded hospital we have to plan. So this is an exercise we will start it, and this is for a district hospital. So called a hospital is placed in the district which have a population of, let's suppose the population of 1 million. There is a 10 lakh population in that district, and there is a already criteria that the annual rate of admission in that district is 1 per 50 population. So, so the total number of admissions per year will be 10 lakh divided by 50. This is the 20,000. And if we suppose the average length of stay in the hospital for a patient, it is around 3 to 5 days or 7 days. We have to check with the basically the vicinity of the or the territory of the area we are planning, either the urban or the rural. Basically, in the rural setup, there is the communicable disease which are more, but in the urban setup, there is the non-communicable disease which are more. And over a period of time, basically, what is observed that the non-communicable disease taking the larger average length of stay as per, despite the average length of stay is more in the urban setup because the non-communicable disease which taking the major chunk of stay. So the bed days available is the 20,000 into 5 is the 1 lakh. If we are assuming the bed occupancy is the 100%, then we have to divide the 365, divide this 1 lakh by the 365. So we have to come to a conclusion that the 275 beds hospital is needed. And this is the first hospital. You have to think about it. If another hospital in that vicinity, or what kind of services you are. This is for the moderate to critical. What kind of services you are providing is the basically the primary health services, secondary health services, or the tertiary health services. If you are planning to have the tertiary health services, you have to basically compare yourself with your competitors or with another hospital in the vicinity. If there is another hospital in the vicinity, you have to check accordingly. The deciding factor is the scope of services you are offering. If you are offering the same scope of services which your competitor or the hospital next door is already servicing, then you might have the bed size to the decreasing level. So you have to check the scope of services. Fine. So by this formula, we can have the bed calculated for the any kind of hospital. Then the plot size. If we are planning a 100-bed hospital, we have to have the around 0.5 hectare of the plot size, and for the up to 101 to 200 beds, we have to have the 0.5 hectare to 1 hectare. Then above 500 beds, it's basically the 6.5 hectare, 4.5 hectare for the clinical area, and 2 hectare for the residential. Then for the general hospital, how the total built up area is calculated for an hospital. For one bed, we have to take around 100 square meter of area. So for a general hospital, we have taken around 80 to 85 square meter area, and for the teaching hospital or the specialty or the super specialty hospital, we have to take the 100 to the 120 square meter of area. We right now concluded a 4,000 bedded hospital for the AIMS in the master plan, and we have taken this to the 150 square meter of area because we are offering the quaternary and the super specialty care, and we are taken a factor of 142 square meter exactly. Then how the OTs are planned? One OT is planned for the 50 general inpatient beds. These general inpatient beds including the medical beds, and one OT for every 25 surgical beds. Basically, all the surgical patients needing an OT. So the half of the patients are recommended for one OT. 25 surgical beds, we have to have one OT. And ICU bed are generally the 5 to 10%. But right now, nowadays, what is observed that there is a scarcity of the ICU beds. Or basically, in my personal experience, right now, the purchasing power of the patients are increasing, and most of the bill are claimed through the TPAs or the insurance company. So every patient or their attendants requests a doctor to provide a critical care bed or the HU bed. Basically, there is a general perception that there is a more care in the critical care beds of the HU bed as compared to the general ward. So we have to factor that okay, we have the additional ICU beds. Then the floor space for each ICU bed is the 25 to 30 square meter, and floor space for the pediatric ICU bed is the 10 to 12 square meter. And the floor space for the HU is in between the general bed or the ICU bed is the 20 to 25 square meter. So now the bed space is the 7 square meter per bed. The 7 square meter basically the 7 meter in the length and 7 meter in the breadth. So we can have the access to the bedside of the patient and along with the leg side of the patient. For normal. ICU and STU. Then the clearances at the foot end of the bed is 1.2 meters. So at the time of need, if we have to assess the head end of the patient, we can push the bed to the leg side. Then the minimum area of aperture. Basically, we have to have the cross ventilation in the room. Uh, right now, nowadays, basically we have central air conditioned buildings. So this is of no use in the central air conditioned building. But for the medium hospital, which is sponsored by the government or basically the government funding, which are not having the central AC, so we have to have the apertures in the building. So 25% of the floor area for the window, if the window is planned on the same side of the door. So the door is on that side, and we are planning a window to have the 20% of this floor on the wall along the door. If we are having the cross ventilation and we are planning a window on another side, then we can have the 15% of that. Because if the door and the window are on opposite side, there is a possibility, there is a better chances of the cross circulation. So we can have a lower, basically 5% relaxation also. Then now the infrastructure guidelines. Anything in the basically the hospital planning or any queries, any doubts, any suggestions regarding the planning? Sorry. हाँ बताओ क्या
नहीं सर, जैसे आजकल ये बनाते हैं ये वाला तो
इसको भी आगे कवर करेंगे फॉल सीलिंग को फायर में कवर करेंगे उसी में उसका बेसिक एस्पेक्ट नहीं प्रॉब्लम नहीं है बेसिकली वी हैव टू हैव द फॉल सीलिंग
प्लान करते हैं जो बनाते हैं बहुत प्रॉब्लम
इसको अभी फायर में कवर करेंगे
Sir, the one which you have explained, was this norm followed while constructing the new building?
This building is
The
which
new-
building?
The new building.
Yes, for the mother child block and the surgical
It
these
was
are,
followed.
these are. But the main hospital or the H building, these are very old.
Very old.
In the surgical and the NCH block, these are followed.
Yeah. I think sir, it was so.
पुरानी बिल्डिंग में क्या करेंगे
Sir, I think
ठीक है क्या
like in the old building, what are you planning to expand the things?
No, madam, old building should be demolished if they have lived their life. The expected life of building is 50 years, and these buildings have lived their life already. So that's now, right now, the master plan of AIMS is coming, and all the old building will be demolished over here, and the new building is built. And then, yes.
sorry, the new MCO is slow. We have seen many times. I think that the space and so on is not what you have explained. It's totally very, very frustrating just to go and work there in that kind of setup.
होगा मैडम बिल्कुल
Actually,
होगा.
it was something.
Because actually that when you are planning a ward of the 30
Yeah.
beds and over a period of time when it is
This whole
converted to the,
block is far better, to be frank.
madam, when you are planning the
Yeah.
basically the ward is of the 30 beds, but over the period during the commissioning it got converted to 45 beds. Then the whole planning collapsed. And there are some administrative constraints. You are planned for a 30 bed and over a period they convert to the 45. Then you have to, all the planning now suddenly come.
See, in the physically, I have seen, I have
We
visited
have also
three
seen.
times.
We have also seen. नहीं
Because the whole infrastructure, I think it's not only the patients.
whole infrastructure need basic overall or infrastructure. That's why
Why
master
are
plan
we
is.
having these kind of classes when we don't apply it in our?
So let's start the infrastructure guideline for the prevention of disaster in hospital. The infrastructure guidelines for the prevention of disaster, there are specifications laid down by the NDMA or the basically the DDMA, National Disaster Management Authority and the Delhi Disaster Management. We have to abide to the both, and these rules are for the newer buildings and already existing buildings. So hospital is coming in the critical buildings which have to have stand at the time of disaster. Hospital is the last building or building no one is expected to collapse at the time of disaster. Basically, because all the patients at the time of disaster has to run to the hospital. The experience at the time of Bhuj attack, which the basically our Prime Minister also mentioned, that at the time of earthquake in the Bhuj, hospital building collapsed. There are many visuals or the many photographs that we have used there. And so at the time of maximum demand, the hospital building is collapsed. So where to go? Where to go? Or these norms are basically coming after that. Before that, there was no norms for the hospital. So the component of a hospital building, there are two components. One is the structural element, second is the non-structural element. These are not just for the hospital building, this is for the every building. Structural element are basically the pillars, beams and columns. यहाँ ये फॉल सीलिंग और ये फॉल्स हुई है यहाँ स्ट्रक्चर बीम्स और कॉलम नहीं दिखेंगे अभी शायद तो बेसिकली द columns are the central part of the pillars are the central part of the building. हाँ ये होगा मैं ये है सर ये है सर basically these are the load bearing structure. So these are the load bearing structure and I have to mention that the structure elements. They are components of building which resist load imposed by the external load effect. And there are the non-structural elements. Non-structural elements are basically these tables, fall ceilings. So there are two components, and basically the structural elements are the critical elements for building. These are the structural elements. These are the structural elements, basically the column, beams, and pillars. And the non-structural elements are the basically the other accessories in the room, the table, almirah, or the fall ceiling. So in the critical buildings, the collapse of the non-structural element is permissible. Fall ceiling can basically the collapse, but it is repairable or we can remove the fall ceiling within half an hour. But the structural element should not get collapsed, or even the cracks in the structural elements are not allowed. So the classification of building from the disaster point of view. So basically, there is a university or the campus. All the buildings are not serving the patients. So the overall university or the overall campus is divided into two: critical buildings and non-critical buildings. Critical buildings is basically the floor where we serve the patient. And the non-clinical and the other buildings are basically the administrative buildings, which are not so critical, but might require at the time of disaster. Basically, if you have to run the show of 3,000 patients from the clinical building, so you must have the administrative support from the administrative building to run that show. You have to get the procurement, you have to get the storage, you have to get the roster meeting and the other sport activities. So all the university or the all the campus should not collapse, but critical units, there is a mandate that critical units must not collapse. There is the possibility that the other units in the hospital, including the administrative block or the storage part, might collapse, but there is no certain standards. But there is a mandate that the critical units must not collapse. Where the critical unit structural damage commensurate with the immediate occupancy. That after a disaster, critical units have to be immediately occupied. And for the other units, structural damage commensurate with the life safety performance level is permitted. And structural elements sustain reasonable structural damage but do not lead to structural collapse. So the what kind of material we have to use in the building? The basic material for the construction of the structural system of the new hospital building shall not be unreinforced. Basically, we have to use the reinforced material. Previously, we are making the hospital with the bricks or the brick, sands or cement type of structure. Right now, we are not making any of the hospital with these kind of the six cells. Or we have to use the reinforced material. Reinforced material, basically the same brick we are using it to make our house or the previously we are making the hospital. Right now, same brick has to be reinforced. Reinforced, how they will reinforce? They have to reinforce by mixing the concrete in them. Previously, we are using the bricks which are made from the soils or the components of the coal. Right now, we are using the bricks which are made from the concrete or the reinforced material. The structural wall shall be made of the reinforced concrete and provided in the slabway running through the full height of the building. Basically, this pillar has to go from the basement to the topmost ninth floor. Then the total cross-sectional area of the RC structure wall shall not be less than 4% of the plinth area. Now, what is written in the new rules is that these two walls, one is this or and second is this. Or one is this and second is this. So during the basically the construction phase of the hospital, these two these two pillars, one is this and second is this, or one is this or second is this. Basically, these are the 90-degree to each other. These are the 4% of the total area. So we have to build a huge pillars or huge columns at the time of construction of the building. If this is the basically the 100 square meter of the area of the floor, we have to build the 4 square meter wide or 4 square meter basically the dimension of this pillar and this pillar. Then for the prevention of the ill effects on the building during the earthquake, there are the base isolation system. These are effective in the strong earthquake situations. Right now, the hospital in which are in the earthquake prone zones, which is in the seismic zone 4 and seismic zone 4 and 5, not in 3. Seismic zone 4 and 5 are using this, not in our country, but in Japan. Basically, Japan is more prone to the earthquakes. They are using this technique. The base isolation system is adopted in the seismic zone 4 or 5 and minimizing the basically the risk of shaking of the building. How the base isolation system is working right now, I will explain you. Basically, these are the hard springs or spring-like structures which are basically the elastic in nature, which are put in the basically what we call as the nave of a building. So, these spring or the elastic structures are put in these in the continuity. So when the earthquake comes, how the earthquake waves are come horizontally to the basically surface. If this come horizontally, then these are the springs or the elastic material which take the major load of the vibrations, and the same vibration are not propelled to the building. So building gets saved. If these are not in the basically the fish bake structure, the all the vibrations are transferred to the building and building might collapse. So the base isolator system is there in some of the hospital in Japan.
Are we following in the new buildings? Have you?
No. You see, these are very costly,
Okay.
and the engineering require a budget in the tune of 50% of this. If you are planning a hospital of the 100 crores, you have to have the 50 crore budget for this only.
So, Mona, NCR also is supposed to be.
Basically, madam, we are not in the zone 5, basically. Some of the hospitals in the Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, which are basically on the coastal regions, are in the zone 4 or 5. But they are not using this kind of technology. They are making basically a jugaad kind of thing, that they are not allowing the more than 2-story building on the periphery or the coastal regions. So high-rise buildings are not permitted. They are giving only the permission for that 15 meters to the 20 meters. Then the following structure items are prohibited. That the flat slab walls, pre-stretched floor area, precast construction, large cantilever structures, and the long span structure. Basically, large cantilever structure are, you might have seen on the porch where the car or the vehicle are entered in the building. There is large structure which are cantilevered to the beams or columns. So if the building get vibrated, this cantilever or the large cantilever structure might fall. And unreinforced masonry buildings. So the specific consideration for the fire. First is the compartmentation. We have to think for the compartmentation so that the fire, if arises in a building, should be compartmentalized or that should be localized. It is not spreading to another area. So how the compartmentalization is made? First is the fire resistant wall. We are using the fire resistant wall in the patient care areas or in the normal building. These are in the tune of 1 hour to the 1.5 hour. Fire cannot pass within 1 hour from the dead door. And the fire resistant doors of approved rating, pressurized lobby, corridor, and staircases. The concept of pressurized lobby, corridor, and staircases is what is observed in the case of fire, that the majority of the patient doesn't die of the fire. They have died due to suffocation from the smoke. If your lobby, corridor, or staircase are pressurized, positive pressure, then the smoke cannot come to the lobby. Inside is the positive. Same concept we are following in the OTs, or the positive pressure is inside and negative pressure, or the more pressure is inside. If the more pressure inside, the smoke can't come inside the lobby or corridor. So the smoke can't come. Majority of the casualties can be evolved. Then the pressurized shaft. Shaft is basically the area between two floors or the multiple floors where all the risers or all the pipes are going. If if that shaft is positive pressurized, then the basically smoke can't go from one floor to another. Then there is uh, the construction of diffuse area over and above the 25 meters of the construction, and independent ventilation system for an area, including the fire dampener, automatic sprinkler system, automatic detection system. These can detect heat or smoke, manual call points, first aid areas, firefighting appliances, firefighting alarms, alternate power supply, PA system signage, and the fire exit drills and orders. सीलिंग का डिस्कस कर लेते हैं मैडम, आप क्या पूछना चाह रहे थे उसके लिए? Let me explain. Let me explain. There are multiple services run in a hospital or in any building. You are seeing that what is between the basically the lenter part of the and the between lenter and the fall ceiling, what is going? There is approximately 90 to 100 pipes or 90 to 100 services is going. Let me explain. First is the water pipes. जो जितने भी स्प्रिंकलर्स हैं, इनका जो पानी की पाइप्स हैं वो हैं, फिर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सप्लाई की पाइप्स हैं, और उसके बाद फिर आपकी जितनी नेट की कनेक्टिविटी आती है वो सारी यहीं से, सीवरेज ड्रेनेज सिस्टम की पाइप्स यहीं से होंगी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी वाली सारी यहीं से, और हाँ एसी डक्ट सारी आपकी यहीं से। तो बेसिकली अगर आप ये नहीं करोगे तो यू आर क्रिएटिंग द रो एरियाज फॉर स्प्रेडिंग ऑफ इन्फेक्शन। दीज आर समवट कॉल्ड ये स्मूथ है, फिक्स है, बेसिकली आप इसको उतार के धो भी सकते हो अगर धोना चाहो तो, लेकिन धोता हमारे कोई भी नहीं। फॉल सीलिंग नहीं करेंगे, वी आर क्रिएटिंग वो सिस्टम का फेलियर है मैडम, जो इसमें अगर आता है तो
ऊपर चली जाती है, फिक्स तो होती नहीं है।
वो सिस्टम का फेलियर है मैडम कि आप प्रिवेंटिव आपकी मेंटेनेंस अगर नहीं होती है या फिर इसमें चूहा या बिल्ली घूमती है तो घूमते हैं ना इसमें,
पेशेंट
लेकिन
के बेड पे चले जाते हैं, हेलो हमारे घर आते हैं।
आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड मैडम, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड।
इवन ड्रग क्लीनिंग के टाइम सर हर एक किसी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को बोलो, वो बोलेंगे इंटरनेट का वायर है, वो क्लीन करेगा। फायर वाला बोलेगा या इलेक्ट्रिक वाला बोलेगा ये पानी का है, पानी वाला बोलेगा इलेक्ट्रिक का है।
एक्चुअली होता क्या है ना मैडम, वो
कुछ
एक्चुअली होता क्या है कि ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम क्या होता है कि जब इसकी रिपेयर होती है तो जहाँ पे पाइप ओरिजिनेट होती है, जहाँ पे यानी बेसिकली जो हार्ड एरिया से होती है, तो वहाँ उसको सील एग्जैक्टली नहीं किया जाता है जो कि ऑब्जर्व किया है।
वायर्स
और
ऐसी
वो
बड़ी
सील अगर नहीं होगी तो
एक
उसमें चूहा
दूसरे में
घूमेगा।
मिंगल हुई तो समझ में नहीं आता कौन सी पाइप जिसकी वायर
एक प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है इस फॉल सीलिंग में कि जैसे ओपन रह जाती है बाई चांस सर्विसिंग के बाद बंदर घुस जाते हैं, ये घुस जाते हैं, फिर वो बंदर अंदर ही मर जाते हैं।
नहीं मैडम, मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि जब इसकी रिपेयर होती है तब ये ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता कि बेसिकली इसको सील इम्प्रॉपर सीलिंग होती है तब इस टाइम वहीं पे फिर चूहा आते, चूहे के पीछे बिल्ली आती है, बिल्ली के पीछे शेर आ जाता है। ऐसे
ओटी के तक के अंदर तक होता है।
ठीक है, प्रॉब्लम्स है और ये सॉल्व हो सकती है जब आप वहाँ पे मेंटेनेंस होगी तो हम उसको सुपरवाइज करें। नहीं, सॉल्व हो सकती है मैडम, एट द टाइम ऑफ मेंटेनेंस वी शुड सुपरवाइज इट।
सर मैं सुपरवाइजर
सॉरी
After working for 17 years, we came to realize that AC also can be open and clean the whole thoroughly. After 17 years work, you can just see no one was there.
जब एसी क्लीनिंग या क्लीनिंग होती है ईयरली एनुअल मेंटेनेंस के टाइम जब हम उन्हें बुलाते हैं तो एक दूसरे का बोलता है, दूसरा तीसरे का बोलता है, अल्टीमेटली को कोई भी नहीं मतलब फिर जल्दी इतनी रहती है, टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट इतना होता है कि वो कुछ भी नहीं होता वैसे की वैसे, बस वो एसी होता है, थोड़ा जो उतरने वाली टाइल्स हैं सीलिंग है वो वॉश हो जाती है, बस फिर वो लग जाती है। अंदर जो इंटरनेट के तारे हैं वो सब उसमें मिट्टी डाला थोड़ा बहुत क्लीन करवा देते हैं जो बोल
नहीं, हमारे सिस्टम ही यही है ना मैडम, इंटरनेट की तार है तो कंप्यूटर फैसिलिटी वाला उसको साफ करेगा, है ना, और पानी की है तो उसको सिविल वाला करेगा। सिस्टम ठीक नहीं है उसमें, ये तो एक सिस्टम है। और नई बिल्डिंग्स में सारी सर्विसेज आउटसोर्स होता है तो सिंगल पर्सन करता है उसे, उसको कोई मतलब नहीं है तार।
It's a system only.
We can hope that in the new building things will improve.
Yeah, definitely. Right now we have seen there.
Even it was surprised.
Ultimately responsible for maintenance.
Sorry madam.
Who is ultimately responsible for the maintenance?
Madam, basically there are two things for the maintenance. One is the owner and one is the basically the laborer. Laborer is from the civil side, but the owner of that building is the ANS or the DNS or the sister in charge of that ward. Basically, just a name a simple example, madam. What happened if your own home is leaking? Who is responsible? One is the owner of that house. One is the owner of that house, and secondly is the civil engineer.
Civil engineer.
Yes.
Okay. So
Basically,
time
both are the party.
are they like how frequently they are supposed to be taking care of the maintenance, civil engineering?
Ma'am,
In
this should
between.
be a basically the annual maintenance program, and we have in the institute annual maintenance program. I think you must be aware of.
Ma'am,
In IFCs we are following
civil
twice a
engineer
year.
has no input in maintenance.
On demand भी है.
Yeah, that
This
is one.
one, this is, it's very, very bizarre.
Yeah, on demand of
I
course.
have, I
yes.
think I have
On
done
us.
this as a support.
In the last meeting also we
Yeah,
discussed
yeah,
regarding the
yeah.
same.
It was something, that the civil maintenance is totally, because of them, we can't function in such a way like we want.
Actually, मैडम मेंटेनेंस के लिए लूप क्लोजर सिस्टम नहीं है आपके पास, टर्नअराउंड टाइम मापने का तरीका नहीं है। टीएटी आप कभी
Yeah,
मेजर
it's
नहीं
something,
करते।
yeah.
आज आपने कंप्लेंट की है, किसी को नहीं पता कब सोल्व हुई है और कितना टाइम लगा।
Most of the time.
आप उसको एक आपने इतने सारे 28 रजिस्टर आपने एक काउंटर पे रखे हैं,
हाँ.
एक रजिस्टर उसका भी होगा जरूर, है ना, और आप उसको एक पब्लिक डोमेन में डालो कि कितना टर्नअराउंड टाइम है, तो कैसे नहीं होगा।
सर पहले क्या होता था मैं बताती हूँ, साइन लेने आते थे ये लोग, ठीक है, हम लोग एवरी टाइम साइन करते थे, वर्क नोट डन रेड पेन से, तो उन्होंने रजिस्टर ही बंद कर दिया।
उसी के लिए मैडम अभी आईटी कॉलेज की आ रही है, मैं भी आई मेट यू
Yes, sir. Yeah.
आईटी इंटरेक्शन है आईटी कॉलेज।
12 तारीख 11 तारीख last month. We have a very serious problem there. ठीक है, we can say all the duty officer, administrator, everyone, all the consultants, they are involved. With me and my senior in charge. Every day we keep writing to them, this and that. Letter is being written. Yes. Everything is done. Till yesterday, nothing was. It was so,
कहाँ
it
का है,
was so
कहाँ का?
frustrating. It's in D5, sir.
कर लेंगे बात में, आप कर लेंगे.
So last time also you said that you will come with my one of the koi aaya nahi what you.
I know.
Last meeting. It's something, most of the time, ma'am, we were so frustrated. So you have to be totally.
चलो अभी टॉपिक का देख लेते हैं. मैंने प्लानिंग में अगर कुछ है तो आप वो बताएं. ये तो एंडलेस है. ये तो मेरे को भी 8 साल हो गए सुनते हुए. नहीं गॉट इट मैडम. प्लानिंग के रिगार्डिंग अगर कुछ क्वेश्चन है तो हम वो डिस्कस करें.
Our MS should be here at these kind of topics.
सर को पता होता है मैडम. सर को क्यों नहीं पता होगा? जब मेरे को पता है तो सर को क्यों नहीं पता होगा? मैं तो पूरी लाइफ ही यहाँ पे रखा. अब जो हमें पता होता है सर को इमीडिएटली पता. कुछ और क्वेश्चंस, कुछ और इंटरेस्टिंग या कुछ और करना चाहिए प्लानिंग.
Sir, just the ICU bed ratio, you're not taking that topic.
Which way?
ICU is what bed ratio. Patients.
We have taken for the hospital, madam, 5 to 10%.
Not individually.
Yes.
What should be the thickness of ICU?
Sorry, madam.
Thickness of ICU wall.
ऐसा कुछ स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है. ICU wall की thickness का कुछ. Previously the walls were there. Previously, right now we are using the between the structured or the pre-engineered. तो कोई थिकनेस होती नहीं. आज के डेट में तो आप किसी के आईसीयू में देखोगे जो बैरिकेशन होता है, बेसिकली वॉल्स कहाँ होती है एक बिल्डिंग में. आज के डेट में वॉल्स होती है बिल्डिंग के पेरिफेरी में. बीच में तो सारा मॉड्यूलर स्ट्रक्चर. आज की जो बिल्डिंग्स है वो सारी पिलर्स पे हैं और उसकी जो पेरिफेरी है वो आपकी सॉलिड कंक्रीट या रीइंफोर्स्ड कंक्रीट. बीच की तो जितनी भी आपकी सारी इंजीनियर्ड वुड या फिर इंजीनियर्ड मटेरियल की होती है. वॉल तो बीच में आप कंस्ट्रक्ट ही नहीं करते. थिकनेस वाला तो कुछ वो है ही नहीं. लेकिन जो अभी न्यू आर की ओपीडी में जब प्लानिंग और डिजाइनिंग हुई थी तो बट वी आर सेइंग दैट जो बीच की जो वॉल्स हैं वो प्री फैब्रिकेटेड है, बड़ी पतली है, तो उसके ऊपर आप मॉनिटर नहीं लगा सकते, है ना. उसके ऊपर आप स्क्रीन या टीवी नहीं लगा सकते. ये साथ में जो ओपीडी कर रहा है इस साइड आपकी ओपीडी है, दोनों में आवाज आ रही होती है क्योंकि वो बहुत पतली होती है. तो उसका भी है कि आप साउंड प्रूफिंग का अगर आप लेना चाहें तो उसमें साउंड प्रूफिंग का कर सकते हैं. डैम्पनर्स होते हैं, वॉइस डैम्पनर्स, बेसिकली या वाइब्रेशन डैम्पनर्स, वी कैन यूज. लेकिन ऐसी कोई गाइडलाइंस ऐसी नहीं है कि इतनी थिक हो. वो एज पर कन्वीनियंस और एज पर रिक्वायरमेंट वो उसमें.
Sir, I want to know about the calculation of band that you have one slide you have calculated. So please explain it to me.
This one, man.
Yes, sir.
This is basically for the. This is the formula to calculate how much bed we have to cater for that area. If that basically we are planning a hospital in a district. District is having the 10 lakh population. And we have to make the assumption that the 50, that the one person in the 50, basically a 2 in 100 require the admission over a period of 1 year. And the average length of stay is might be different from the 3 days to 7 days or 10 days, but the scope of services or the facility you are giving. So the total number of admission per year is basically the 10 lakh divided by 50 and the 20,000, and the bed days is commensurate according to the services you are offering. If you are offering the surgical beds, there might be the ALOS is the 7 days to 8 days. If you are serving the medical patients or the daycare, for the daycare, instead of 5 days, will come the 1. If you are giving the general infection days, is 3 to 4 days. The 5 is the mean of the medical and the surgical. It is the basically general rate criteria or the standard that we have to take the 1 per 50 and ALOS is 5. So from that we have to calculate the bed days, which is coming to the tune of 1 lakh. And if you are running on the 100% occupancy for 365 days of the year, then we might require 250 to 300. These are general, basically a very broad calculation of beds. It depends on your vicinity. If you are a corporate hospital and you have a hospital next to you, which is already catering the 500 beds, then how can you operate? You have to have the different scope of services. If that hospital is offering the basically a surgical treatment or the daycare treatment, you have to have the medical treatment. Or if they are using the primary or the secondary level of care. You have to have the tertiary or the quaternary level of care. You have to be distinguished from the vicinity or the competitor or the so-called in the society. Or apart from that, the catchment of you. If you are to target the urban population or the rural population, or what kind of population you are catering? You are catering to the cash patients, you are catering to the TPA patients, you are catering to the BPL patient. It's accordingly and commensurate to the scope of the services and the level of services you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, on sharing valuable information on hospital building norms and infrastructure guidelines. So far, sir has discussed about guiding principles, various architectural factors, and structural accommodations that have to be kept in mind to meet the current and future needs. Sir has also emphasized the importance of air handling unit for adequate air circulation to prevent nosocomial infection. Now, I would like to request Dr. Shashi Mawar to give token of appreciation to Dr. Arun.
Thank you so much, sir. नहीं अब तो 15 मिनट है ना 11:30 से उनका सेशन 11:20 हो रखे हैं
So now moving to the next session, I welcome Mr. Deepak V. Agarkhe. He is Associate Vice President at Sagra World Hospital, Bangalore, Karnataka. He is going to enlighten us on the topic designing emergency department, ICU and wards. I welcome you, sir.
म्यूटेड है
Sir, please unmute yourself. Sir, we are still not able to hear you. Please unmute yourself. So you might be logged in from two devices. That is the reason the voice is echoing. So just log in only from one device.
ये भी काम करता है, ये भी काम करता है, कॉपी करोगे तो भी चलता है, कंटिन्यूस काम करता है। मैं कह रही माइक वर्किंग है, अगर हम इस पर भी करते हैं तो इसमें सुना announce and then that will send this post.
Okay, we'll mute ourselves. We'll mute ourselves so that you are able to say. अपना म्यूट कर लो एक बार. We are muted. Sir, we have muted ourselves. Just try to. हाँ please share.
इसमें से इको जा रहा था, ये बंद नहीं होता.
नहीं ऑन से ऑन. ठीक है थैंक यू.
अभी हो गया, कर दिया.
सर शेयर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं.
मैम वो पीपीटी मंगा लीजिए, हम यहीं से बोल दीजिए.
It is human rights.
सारा किया हम सब रेडी.
Send us the PPT, we'll share. So we have not limited that access to ourselves. It is open to everyone to share your screens, whoever we are trying to. Not limited.
Yes, now we can see. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. ठीक, ठीक.
It is. Yes. Yes, sir.
Make it full screen.
Make it full screen, sir. On slide mode, on slideshow mode. Yeah, yeah. Down, down. Yes, the same one. Yeah. Yes, sir. Start. Thank you.
Deepak Venkatesh Agarkar. I'm Associate Vice President at Sakra Hospital. I hope you are able to hear me, right?
Yes, yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me start with the presentation. Namaste to all of you. I'd like to take through the presentation on design of intensive care area, which important considering the recent from last few during the COVID time, so many mishaps, fire mishaps have happened in intensive care area. So how the design is important from the patient perspective, staff perspective, from clinical care. I would like to cover. To do that, I would like to run one video, so which is around 3 minutes, so that you will understand the criticality of the intensive care area. So pause this video for 3 minutes. This is the intensive care area in a tier 2 city where the COVID, the wards are there and non-COVID wards are there, where the patients are being scattered across the intensive care area. You can see here the on ventilator, the nurse is there, and the people who are taking care are looking at the patient chart. This is the real-time incident which has happened in one of the hospitals.
we are to see the video.
So there is some connection, electrical connection, they would like to do it. But they have extended the connection to the electrical panel, which we call bedhead panel. And there is an extension which has been drawn by the one of the nursing staff, and it's been connected to a ventilator. They come out, they're trying to check if everything is okay.
Slides are moving. Slides are moving.
Is there any issue?
Yes, yes, slides are not moving from your side.
Slides are not moving?
Yes, yes, yes.
One second. Now is it moving?
No, sir. No,
No, it's a video based.
Video is also not running.
Not able to see the video?
No, sir.
I don't know. I will again escape and come and let me check. Here the video is running. Can you see now?
Yes, sir.
Video is running?
Yes, yes. Now it's ready.
Yes, Rani.
It's running.
Sir, if you play option, then it will run.
कर रही है
put it in the PowerPoint mode, right? Is that okay? Can you see video?
Hopefully, sir, you will be able to see.
Is it okay now?
The video is not running, sir.
Then I have to, in this probably this mode it's running, right?
Yes, sir. Now it's running.
Then let us continue non-PowerPoint mode. Then we'll come to the PowerPoint mode. Okay, I'll just take one step further. You can see the patient is lying and trying to connect the ventilator through a cord. See, they are finding some to now. Okay, they are all rushing to see what is happening. Okay, now they found there is an issue. The smoke is coming, and they are trying to take the patient out. You can see the smoke which is coming.
Yes.
And now there is a spark. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, smoke is completely covering the area, and the patients to evacuate the patients. And some patients are wondering what is there. And the other patient who is on ventilator here is not even knowing what is happening. So they have the IV lines connected, and the patient has to be evacuated. And now the patient who is on ventilator is also not alert. Nobody has come for his rescue. Now he's coming out. He's trying to take out his own connection. Now smoke completely smoke. Okay, then finally he is evacuated. Okay, now, so I hope you have seen the video, right? Okay. Now, let me show a typical intensive care area where the patient is lying. Patient is connected to a ventilator. Patients, the physiological activities are being seen in the physiological monitor. Patient has been given the drugs to the syringe pumps and infusion pump. So you can see a patient is completely been covered with all the possible medical equipments for facilitating his treatment. So the intensive care area is a medically equipment. Basically, the medical equipments major part of the intensive care area where the patients may be connected sometimes 7 to 8 infusion pump, ventilator, patient monitor, around 10 to 15 medical equipments are being connected to a patient. So this is one more view of a patient mechanical ventilator so that you will have an idea how the intensive care area is. So now let's come to the patient flow in a hospital setup. As you can see from a home, patient can come directly to ICU or he can come to emergency or he can come to inpatient. Then if this surgery is been prescribed, operation happen, recovery, the patient may go to the either intensive care or from the ward, the patient will recover, go back to home, or there is a possibility that patient had, had died and the civil mortuary the patient goes. This is a typical patient flow in a hospital setup, and on average, the overall average length of a stay of a patient is between 1 to 4 days. You can see the older type intensive care area wherein the bed is there and the services are coming and the local monitor is here. So now the technology has moved and people have understood the importance of the intensive care area. You can see intensive care area where there is a motorized bed is there, the service arm is there, all the pumps have been connected, ventilator, and even the you can see here probably intravenous balloon pump. So all these things have been part of a cubicle. So this I would like to give so that you can have a feel of the how the intense area is. This is an intensive care area which I have seen during my visit to Japan. So I will be covering it in detail when we go to the Japanese intensive care area. So I wanted to bring intensive care areas at each hospital differ and how the technologies also. So the intensive care area where the patients are critical are basically being treated. So there is a 24/7 monitoring. So there will be monitoring by the nurse, there will be monitoring by the equipments where the central monitor is there, where physiological information of the patient is being tracked 24/7. So we have also have the something called a blood gas analyzer, where the blood gas value is being captured so that the patient functions can be checked. So this is a typical ICU cubicle which is getting commissioned, wherein the hospital is about to commission the ICU. How it looks is gives an idea. Now to understand it better, so this is a top view of an any intensive care area, wherein a patient bed is and there is a full access for the clinical team to go through the patient so that they can access the head side, they can access the the leg side, and they can do some has been done here. And there are some medical equipments which have been there, and also there is a which is also been part of this. This is one of the typical intensive care cubicle which you can see in any of the hospital setup. If I see a front view, the bed is here, and these things which we call as a the pendants, where the services which are coming, like the electrical services, medical, and the holding for the patient, the monitor will be coming. This is how a typical view of the intensive care from a if you see from a the both side. This is a 3D rendering of the intensive. Yeah. Can you see the video running?
No, sir.
Okay, then again I have to come back and okay. Now you can see.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is basically 3D rendering of the intensive care area, wherein you can first telling the bed is there, and you can see these are called as the pendants, wherein you are putting the services, all the electrical, medical gas, even the IV lines will be kept on this. The reason for having the pendants is basically it avoids the clutter on the ground. You can have the electrical supplies on the walls, which you have seen when the fire mishap was. You can see that it is on the wall. But here there is no cables which are to here. Suddenly patient is having a problem. The clinician has to approach the bedside of a patient, so he need not have to have a trouble of out from the cables which are being put in a spaghetti way, so that easily you can access the patient. So that's why usually the pendants are being preferred. The pendants also, you can see here, the pendants, I'll show the frontal view. The pendants basically, one side will be the, we usually call wet side, other side is a dry side. Wet, the IV lines, infusion pumps, syringe pumps are being put. Dry side is where the medical equipment are being put. The patient monitor, the ventilators, so like that. So this is how the typically any of the ICU, the cubicle is. So I'm more focusing on a patient centric because ultimately it is basically for treating the patient who needs the 24/7 monitoring. So ICU being a high risk clinical area, careful engineering, service planning, execution, and periodic maintenance will help the patient care and facilitate to improve the clinical outcome. Okay. So if I have to understand what should be the cubicle size, a patient room or cubicle where the patient is housed. So and there are various the norms. American Institute of Architecture says 2 square feet is what they suggest. So as per IS 10905, it's 113 square feet. I'm telling you feet only. But if you see the typical hospitals in India, some are 1 feet, some are 125 square feet. So it varies. So there is no prescriptive norm that this should be the size of the intensive care bed. Though we can follow the standard of IS 1090. I'm trying to compare the tertiary care hospital design of 2 Indian hospitals, one Japanese hospital and one American hospital, with the total number of the beds which is being shown here and total area which is there. And sorry, each cubicle for an Indian hospital, as I said, it's 133, 155. Japanese it was 152, and American is around 210. So American has a bigger size for a cubicle. But this is about cubicle. What is the based on the total area of intensive care, which includes the nurse station, it includes the service areas like a linen room, clean utility, dirty utility, corridor. So the per bed in India, so it's around 258 square feet, whereas in a Japanese hospital it's 413 and in American hospital it's around 337. So this is just to give a comparison of how each of the hospitals the total area. And also, of course, the nurse station. For a 14 bed, we have one nurse station in one of the hospitals in India. For 34 beds, 2 nurse stations are there. But you can see in Japan, 20 beds, there are 3 nurse stations. So that's a difference. So this is how typical the ICU setups are there in various hospitals. So if you are planning for a ICU setup, so there has to be this zoning of the intensive care area. One is a clinical support zone, then unit support zone, and a family support zone. So we'll be discussing on these zones. So when we are talking about a space program, what should be the typical space? So it depends on the level of the ICU. Level 1, basically 6 to 8 beds in a small district hospital, or a small private nursing home, or in a rural center. Level 2 is again 6 to 8 beds for a larger general hospital. Level 3 is 10 to 16 beds in a tertiary care hospital. And a new level 3 ICU are further planned based on the usage, that's an application like medical ICU, cardiac ICU, neurosurgical ICU, transplant ICU, pediatric ICU. Based on the application, for example, a transplant ICU will have a more stringent air conditioning norms compared to a medical ICU. So when we talk about the design, we need to know which level we are talking about. And the location of an ICU is also very, very important. It should be closer to the the operation theater. Imaging service, diagnostics services should be easily reachable. Lab should be reachable, and also we need to have a closeness to the central sterilization department, so that the unnecessary movement of the people or the transportation of the materials is being avoided if there is a proper planning of the intensive care area. Going further on a space program, the size of the each can be based on the as I told, but you can also have an open space ICU where there is a curtain is been there which is differentiating between one patient to other, or a cubicle which is having a separate room. As I was telling, a typical ICU bed can be having a 3 meter by 4 meter. Okay, so the 4 meter is the depth, 3 meter is the width. So, but it can go up to 5 meter by 5 meter based on the consideration of the ICU and the services which are going to come. Okay. Also, there has to be since the ICU, the infections are very, very common, like urinary tract infection or the infection related bloodstream infection. Then we need to ensure that proper infection control norms are being adhered. So minimum distance of 1 to 2 meter between the two beds should be considered as per the NABH standard.
अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा ना वहां से बोलने के लिए यहाँ से नहीं बोलना यहाँ से बोल
Going further, the
Excuse
space
me.
program.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir, but I think slides are not moving, sir.
Is it?
Yes.
1 second. Let me check.
Now it.
Now you can see?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then okay. Fine. Then I need not have to go through the slides, so that's what is, I think, issue. Okay, this again going back to the space program. So when we are planning for a space in the ICU, so we need to consider the patient, staff, and visitor movement. Also, storage spaces for equipment and medicine, location of essential areas like nurse station, clean utility for storing the medication, dirty utility where the soiled and the dirty linen is been put. So those things are to be looked into. Other essential areas in the floor plan may contain nourishment room, lab with the blood gas analyzer in there, linen storage, stock launch, utility services. All these things should be looked into when we are planning for the intensive care area. Here you can see a typical floor plan of a hospital. Let me explain here. You can see here, these are the operation theaters. From the operation theater, the patient comes out, goes to the recovery room. Based on the patient condition, patient is being shifted to the intensive care area. You can see here, the patient is coming out and there is a big corridor of 2.4 meter. From the corridor, the patient is coming out and he is entering into the intensive care area zone. And when the intensive care area zone, he will get into the intensive care area. Actually, the desired intensive care area. There are different intensive care areas based on the application. So let us say that the patient has to go to this medical ICU, he is coming to this medical ICU. Now let me zoom to the medical ICU. When the patient comes to the medical ICU, there is this corridor from which he enters. There is the door. Then he enters here. There is a scrub here. Okay, then the patient, this is the nurse station. Patient can occupy any of the rooms here which are there. Okay, I have taken the last room which is coming, patient is coming and going through the ante room to the isolation room. So this is how the patient flow can happen between the operation theater to the ICU. If the patient is coming from the ward, again going back to the same diagram, these are the lifts. From the lift, the patient will be coming from the ward from here through a corridor here which is being shown, and patient will enter to the intensive care area. You can see an intensive care area here where there are various other than the patient room services are there. You can see here a doctor's lounge which has been there so that the doctor can relax here. You can see here dirty utility area. You can see here a toilet which is being kept, one toilet. You have a medication room which is been medication storage is there. You have nurse station. You have clean utility. You have a huge equipment room, linen room, and a toilet. So these are the other, as I said, these are the other things, services which are essential for the patient care are being also been put in the intensive care design. This is a typical fire escape, the passage the patient and the staff can go through the fire escape if it is a high-rise building. Similar plans you can see in other hospitals too. This is another hospital. Let me explain here. These are all the beds which are being oriented to the wall, which I was showing it earlier. I can show you again once again so that you have it. You can see here the, the beds which are aligned, and you can see the window which is having the outside view. And you can see since the number of beds are more, the nurse stations are more, and these are the other services which are there: clean utility, dirty utility, the nourishment room, the nurse relaxation room. So like that, you can also see there is a again going back to the this layout, same thing. These are the waiting area for the patients, the attenders, and this is the way to go to the OT. So there is no mix of the patient movement with the where the attendants are sitting. Similarly, in this also, you can see here in this layout, this particular area which is shown is a attenders area where the attenders are sitting. Now the attender wanted to meet a doctor. In this case, these are the rooms wherein the entry for the attender is coming from here, doctor is coming from this ICU corridor, and they can sit in the counseling room. Where the counseling room, where the video counseling, video will be there, and a counseling can be happening to the patient relatives. So this is how a typical two different hospitals, how the connectivity is there. But point to be noted is the ICUs and the OTs preferably should be on the same floor, and there has to be the different route for the patient movement and the where the attendants are sitting, and there has to be all the services other than the patient bed, the cubicles, which are support services which should be there in the any of the typical ICU. So if I see from a civil structure, so we need to ensure that a structural cost of ICU is basically on the open space or a cubicle. If it is an open space, probably the cost is less because there is no wall between the two beds. Okay, but it depends on what you would like to go for. The walls should be plaster wall of a 6-inch brick wall. Now we can also have a gypsum walls, or we can have the HPL laminated boards also. We need to have a 2 coats of the antibacterial paint which should be given so that we avoid all the harmful bacteria at the design stage itself. Of course, in the operational stage, we need to have the proper fumigation of the area, but at the design stage, we need to ensure that 2 coats of antibacterial paints are being put. As I was saying, the cubicles which are there can be SDP panel or high pressure laminated board so that it's easy for anybody to clean it, and they will not get affected for a temperature from 10 degree to 25 degree and humidity from 25 to 65% average. Curtain tracks for each of the patient area to be provided for open space, which is must, so that when there is a patient having a cardiac arrest, so the other patient next to him should not see. The complete curtain has been put so that you can resuscitate the patient. There should be enough space between the ceiling and the false ceiling. This is something which an infrastructure people should look into, because all the services are coming between the ceiling and false ceiling. You will never know as a common person what is between the ceiling and false ceiling. But this is to be carefully planned because when there is a maintenance issues, we need to ensure that these things are being properly put and proper. The nomenclatures are there, and we are able to identify it easily. The ceiling which is there, from there the false ceiling is there. False ceiling should be non-perforated false ceiling so that there should not be deposit of the dust. The flooring which is there in the ICU should be smooth, seamless, durable. Nowadays, vinyl floorings are being used. So, but the point is smooth and seamless and durable so that again the infection control dust depositions can be avoided. Okay. So also there is a noise level which need to be maintained because there is something called an alarm fatigue which happens in the ICU where so many the equipments give an alerts, whether it's a physiological monitor, whether it's the mechanical ventilator or syringe or infusion pump. So we need to ensure that the noise levels are being planned in such a way that it should have be under 45 dB at a daytime and less than 40 dB in the evening and 820 dB in the night. This is a typical the area where you can see the ceiling is there, false ceiling is not closed. This is the air conditioning line which is coming, which is going to the each of the area. These are the outside windows. So now the cubicles have to come between these two. And these are the other services. You can see these lines. These are the medical gases and the red lines which are there for a fire, which is the sprinkler system. So this is how the a typical when the construction is happening, the ICU looks like. So again, from the infrastructure perspective, the electrical services, we need to have an electrical circuit breaker for there has to be two individual. If there are two ICUs are there should be two separate feeders, so that in case if the one feeder fails, so the entire other ICU should not suffer. Similarly, the emergency power like a DG should be there so that it will quickly take over. We need to ensure that at least 8 electrical points are being provided per patient cubicle so that all the medical equipments can be connected. As much as possible, we should avoid the extension boards, which I'm going to cover it in the coming slides. That's why we need to have a proper planning so that we have a number of electrical sockets which are meeting the requirements. So out of the electrical requirements, first is location, where it should be, whether it should be on a wall, whether it should be on a bed head panel, whether it's a ceiling suspended pendant, which I was showing, or a vertical column. So the choice is based on the hospital team, considering the pros and cons. At least 50% of the electrical receptors should be connected to UPS supply so that in case the power goes, the UPS takes over. There are equipments in the ICU which are battery based, like for example, ventilator, in the power goes, the battery will be there. Infusion pumps, syringe pumps, the battery will be there. Patient physiological monitor may not have a battery, but you can also put a battery, not an issue. So that's up to us as hospital based on the power condition and the capacity of the UPS. Usually the UPS when it's been planned is planned with the 30 minutes backup in case the complete power fails. So going back, the lux intensity should be for a physical examination of a patient 350 lux, and during a procedure 1000 lux. So during the procedure we will be using a procedure lamp. And night we should have the lux intensity of 5 lux so that patients can relax. So when the lights are being there, so the light distribution board should be separate from a power distribution board. Power distribution means the power which is being connected for a medical equipment. These two should be separate. And then emergency lighting should be connected to few electrical sectors. For example, in case the power failure happens, then entire blackout should not happen. So few of the electrical the lighting should be connected for a so that blackout is not being faced. In some hospitals, we use the chargeable the batteries so that in case the power failure happens, the chargeable batteries come. So going back to the infrastructure again, air conditioning for a ICU there has to be 21 to 24 degrees centigrade to be maintained with a humidity between 30 to 60. 55% RH is what is been usually planned. The central air conditioning should be there, or you can have the particular ICU based the VRV system can also be planned. And but one important thing is it has to have a positive pressure in the intensive care area, means the air from the corridor should not gush into the patient room. And there has to be 6 fresh air changes should happen on a yearly basis, out of which 2 can be from outside so that we can recirculate it. So this is important because you are trying to maintain the proper infection controls. Now there is no need for the ICU to have a HEPA filtration, 99.9997% filtration. You can have the air handling with a 99% efficiency down to 5 micron for each of the ICU. However, for the liver transplant or kidney transplant, we prefer to have a HEPA filter so that the clean air with a 99.9997% is being delivered to the patient. So if I see here, so the design, I said that the air changes is mentioned, then the recirculation of the air can happen. So then you can have a 2-stage filtration. One is a pre-stage, one is a microwave filter up to 5 micron. So this is what typical ICU, and all the ICUs should have provided temporary 100% exhaust to flush the room in case of a vomiting by the patient. So in case if there is some the hazardous material like blood spillage or vomiting, so we need to ensure that there has to be a exhaust which happens. So these are the design considerations which to be looked into from an air conditioning perspective. Further to that, fresh air which will be taken to the intensive care area should be away from the DG chimneys or the kitchen chimneys. Okay, and the design for a immunosuppressed patients, which I was telling, should be further strengthened, which I was mentioning to you, wherein the HEPA filtration is there. Since the ICUs are 24/7, so we need to ensure that the energy is being properly utilized. So we need to have a VRV control for a bleeding management system so that the proper energy is being given only when it's needed. For example, if there is a 12 beds or ICU is there, only 2 beds the patients are occupied. It's not necessary that the entire ICU should run in the air conditioning. So we can control the air conditioning room by room if we have a proper the VRV controls. Water supply to the ICU is also very, very important. We need to have 2 different types of the water: domestic, soft water, which is hot and cold, and a RO water for a dialysis. So some of the ICU ports, the cubicles, should have a provision for patient to be going under dialysis. So there has to be reverse osmosis water, which ports should be provided. Water should be checked on a regular basis as per the IS 10500 standard, and a RO water should also be checked as per the AAMI standard. So, and also the zone stop wall must be installed on the pipes entering the ICU to allow the services to be shut off so that it will not affect the other areas. So the proper sinks should be provided. As we know that one of the international patient safety goal is to have a proper the hand hygiene compliance that can happen when there is a provision for the clinical sinks are being provided. And there has to be the drainage pipes should be avoided within the ceiling of the ICUs. There should not be drainage pipe coming on the top of the patient head. Pipe in medical gas is very, very important, which you have witnessed during the COVID time, wherein supply of the oxygen, compressed air and vacuum, which is essential for a patient, so has to be provided for each of the patient room. Typically, 2 oxygen, 2 vacuum, and 2 compressed air ports are being connected, so that there should not be any issues in terms of the usage of the medical gas services. In case there is a low or high pressure alarm because of the non-delivery of the oxygen or giving more than the desired pressure. So there will be an alarm which will be there so that it can give an alert to the people. Similarly, each of the gas outlets should have a diameter index safety system so that if you are thinking that it's an oxygen line, you should not be connecting to the air line. So like that, the provision is being built as a part of the medical gas design. Firefighting and detection is very, very important. And as my first slide showed, the fire mishaps are very, very common, especially in the ICU area, wherein oxygen enriched environment is there, where you have the flammable things like hand rubs are there, where you have the X-ray films which are there, which are also flammable materials. And on the top of that, there are around 8 to 10 medical equipments which are connected, and live power is there, and a wet points are there. All these things are not properly maintained, we may end up in a fire mishap, which we are seeing in the video. So in a high-rise building, so fire escape routes should be clearly identified. And basically, we follow the NBC norms for designing. Okay, so it based on the height of the building, we decide what should be the our hardware for the hospital intensive care area. There are extra low voltages which are also being a part of the ICU. One is a speaker public for a public address system. So basically, when there is a codes are announced, so this speaker comes in play. IP surveillance camera in the corridors of the where the movement of the patient is happening. Access control so that and any and everybody will not enter the ICU. So there is a nurse call bells so that the nurse can be service can be availed by the patient. So there has to be two data points. One data point is only for the IT system, and a provision of a TV should be provided. So these are the typical things which are related to extra low point. As per the interior design and civil is concerned, so as I said, the whether it can be a ceiling mounted or floor mounted, the columns or bedhead panels, so that need to be really looked into. So the interior work should include the fixed furnitures, which are planned based on the type of the ICU, and also we need to have the services which are being there. Unnecessarily, it should not be exposed. As much as possible, it should be concealed. But it should not happen that if you are concealing the services, whether it's the medical gas, whether it's the water line or RO, when you are having a problem, we should have a proper access. Besides this, medical equipments form the core of the intensive care area because patients are being connected to medical equipments. These are the typical list of the medical equipments for a 12-bedded ICU. Like for example, 6 mechanical ventilators, 13 physiological monitor. Why 13 means 12 for each of the patients in the patient cubicle, one is for a transportation, ultrasound color Doppler, then mobile bed. So this is a list of equipments which are essential to run the intensive care area, which is a part of the infrastructure. This is basically a room data sheet which is being followed, which is basically called a JCI room data sheet, which basically gives what are the things which need to be there in the intensive care area. In a nutshell, a check sheet says for patient what is needed. Patient needs a window, lighting, toilet, privacy. Nurse needs what she needs, bedside service, support service. Physician what he needs, adjacencies, privacy, consult, chatting. Visitors what they need, the signages, waiting area, like that. So this gives a list of what are the requirements of each of the people, stakeholders, and what need to be provided in the intensive care area. So that when we are planning, we are not mixing any of the things. So this is a typical post-breach intensive care area in a hospital. You can see here all services are coming from a service arm here. Okay, So it's a not a typical. It's a curtain partitions are there so that the whenever it's needed they can use the curtain so that they can cover the area. This is a typical clinical support area zone wherein the patient cubicles are there, the corridor is there, and the nurse station is there. This is a corridor. As I said, ICU corridor should be spacious so that two patients simultaneously can happen. So as you know, the bed will be around 1 meter. If there are two patients are going, it's around 2.2 meter should be there. So that's why around 2.4 meter clear space is being used as the corridor. So the equipment should be kept in an equipment zone where all the equipments are there, and not only equipment, they should be kept on a charging mode so that it can be used based on the requirement. So clean utility basically all the clean items, the whether it's the medical gloves, syringes, or the IV fluids, all the medications are being kept in this. So this is typical. These are the basically where the medications are being put. This is the refrigerator where the temperature is to be maintained. The medicines are being kept. This is a dirty utility where you can see a bedpan washer here, and there's the bin is there, hamper, linen hamper is there, and there's a commode chair is there. A patient would like to use it, they can get it from this area. This is it's again another view of the dirty utility area where there's a sink is there. Sterile, the store where the sterile items which have come from a CSST are being kept here, as and when it's needed for the procedure, they are going to be using. So, with this, I would like to run through a typical Japanese hospital, how the Japanese hospital are there. It's one of the hospital which I have visited, where you can see the patient bed is there, and the arms are there, the pendant arms. So there is a bed zone, there is a dry zone, and there is a window outside view, and there is an equipment which are being there. If you see from outside in the from a cubicle, this is how where the nurse will be entering in the charting here, and all the details of the patient can be seen here. This is the hand wash area which is next to the nursing station. This is where the medications are being kept. This is a stat lab where the blood gas analyzer is being there. This is a typical nurse station where the nurses are sitting and they can see various the patient cubicles. Like she can see here, these people who are there, they will be seeing the other side. So this is the again the view of the intensive care corridor. So in the where you can see here each patient room. So I don't know the norms which are there in Japan, but each patient room the camera is there so that they can view the patient. Also they can see the physiological monitoring. For example, if there is a patient movement is there, because the patient movement unnecessarily we may get an alarm. They can see here and see, oh, is it because of that? You can see the nurse station which is there, and there is a common. They all sit and they will be discussing on the patient condition. This is a dirty utility area where the patient's urine and other things are being brought in, and they will dispose of in the commode here. This is a medication area where the medications are being kept in a drawer in a systematic way. This is an equipment area where the equipments are being kept. This is the area where the medical device consumables are being kept. So each of these are being properly designed in that hospital which I have listed. So now let's come to the operation and maintenance issues. May I know how much time I am having?
5 minutes was the total time. तो बताओ कितना बचा हुआ है? हो गया time.
Sir, I think we need to wind up in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The operation and maintenance of issues in the ICU is also very, very important. You have a good design. You have a good equipment. But if the operation and maintenance is not proper, then you may end up in problems. I can cite some of the examples you can see here a bottle is being kept on the infusion pump and a patient is on a ventilator. So this infusion pump is an electronic item and the it's on it, the bottle is been put. So these are the things to be avoided so that the unnecessarily the mishaps should not happen. Similarly, you can see here the live cables which have been taken from the electrical point have been kept open down. And the people from housekeeping will come and they will be cleaning it. And this is a live wire. So these kind of things should be avoided during the operation stage. Similarly, as I was telling earlier, extension boxes should be avoided and they should not be kept on the flooring. If you keep it on the flooring, so if there is a loose connection, the spark may happen, or if there is a water going inside, there is going to be the decide for the major disaster. Sometimes we also end up in a situation where the oxygen which is being given to patient, the flow meter is kept on only. You have an oxygen enriched environment, you have the sparks coming from the electrical sockets, and you have a wet zone. All these things will lead to a probable major fire issues. So what are the root causes for the major ICU fires? Inadequate hospital design in terms of electrical power load. So as I said, we need to ensure that around 8 electrical sockets are being used per patient, and then the total load has to be calculated accordingly. And you should not unnecessarily start adding more. We should start adding more on the same cable. The power which is going to come out from there will lead to a weakening of the cable, and eventually you may have a hot spots which will lead to a fire hazard. Incomplete civil work on the hospital project handover so may also end up in an issue. For example, there has to be proper compartmentalization between the ICU to ICU. This can only happen when there is between fall ceiling to the ceiling, the compartments, the closures are happened. But since nobody watches from the fall ceiling to the ceiling, so this will be neglected. No consideration for a smoke evacuation, especially in a central air conditioning system. So we need to have a forced exhaust in case of there is a smoke which is coming up, which I have shown in my previous the first slide. So we need to have the smoke exhaust system which should be there. So in order to avoid that, the mishaps, so three-pronged strategy can be used. You can use 2S plus FMEA plus work instruction. 2S is basically the managing the area properly. First S is for sorting of the things, what is needed, what is not needed. Second is storing the things at a proper place. So this need to be done in each of the area, be it a nurse station, be it a patient cubicle. Then you need to have a facility rounds which are being taken jointly by the fire officer, nurse, engineer, and doctor, so that these are being reviewed and evaluated through failure mode and defect analysis. And finally, repeated field staff training should be given on the work instruction on fire risk management, so that they know that these are the things which need to be done in case of a fire. So this is a typical checklist which is being used when you are going for a facility round. So this checklist is basically available in one of the fire journals, so which you can always avail. Mock drills have to be conducted on a regular basis so that you can avoid the fire mishaps. So the mock drill, you can see here the mock drill where the people have been told how to do it, how to evacuate the patient, and finally where to assemble all these things. It's again a video which shows the code red, which is a fire in the ICU. So since the time is less, I'm not running this, but you can see the same thing here. The patient area, there's a call goes to the control room, security control room. Security control room announces it, and the staff enters. The staff goes, evacuate the patients. Then finally they will bring to the emergency area, and the head count of the patient as well as the staff is being done. So this is basically a typical checklist which is being used for mock, and it's a typical mock drill report which is coming out. So finally, in nutshell, so there is no salvation without knowledge. So knowledge is there, but if you don't apply the knowledge in proper planning, whether ICU design, emergency design, or the any of the hospital design, so we'll end up in a situation wherein it may be very costly because once the infrastructure is created, to make a changes in the infrastructure will be big challenge. So we need to plan our ICU area in a proper way so that we get a efficient design in terms of the patient flow, in terms of the movement of the staff, safety is assured, whether it's a fire-related safety, whether it's the radiation safety. So all these things are being assured. And more importantly, from a patient perspective, if all the needs of a patient, whether it's a reduction of an infection, whether it's the appropriate usage of equipments are being done. With this, I would like to end my session. Maybe I'm open for any of the questions now. Thank you once again for patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insight on designing emergency department, ICU, and wards. And sir highlighted various topics like
I think
how
voice is breaking. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insight on designing emergency department, ICU, and wards. And sir highlighted various topics like how to evacuate the patient when the emergency arises, ICU designs, typical view of the intensive care, space program, civil structure, electrical services, air conditioning system, medical equipment in ICU, and operation and maintenance issues at ICU. It was very interesting session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Any
sir, for
questions?
sparing your precious time. As a token of appreciation, we have a memento for you, which we'll be sending you by post. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And any questions on any of these slides? I'm open for the answering questions.
If you have some questions now. I think the participants don't have any questions and the things are very clear. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, moving to the next session, which will be taken by Shri P.K. Rao, former Director UP Fire Services and President of Institute of Fire Engineers. Sir is going to speak on evacuation facilities for patient and staff. This session is going to be very interesting, and after this session, we will be well prepared. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar to everybody. I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So you have chosen a very important topic that was never discussed with all the stakeholders simultaneously. Mr. Deepak and Council of QCI, this is Council of QCI is there, NABH is there. So we had a discussion with them and this Association of Healthcare Provider also. And I am also member of the National Building Code. Mr. Deepak has already told you people that we have to follow the National Building Code of India for the fire safety norms. So there was some gap because we never discussed these problems with the stakeholders like you, because you are the people, especially nurses, who are doing very noble job, and we have already seen during the COVID period. I must congratulate you all people, this medical professional people, especially the you people. So first of all, I will like to tell that all the buildings are categorized in 9 categories, and according to that, we recommend the fire safety arrangements. These are the residential, educational, institutional, assembly, mercantile, industrial, storage, and hazardous. So the hospitals comes in the institutional building. Institutional buildings also categorized in three parts. That is the hospital and sanatoria, custodial, and penal and mental. Because in these all categories, help are required to evacuate the people. It may be custodial like jail, penal and mental, and hospital also. Because the patient by himself cannot evacuate the hospital in so many conditions. In that case, helps are required. Some patients are in the OT, some are on the ventilators. So after evacuation, this theory of evacuation, we have this. All the experts have decided that the hospitals are required the defend in place means in the hospital you cannot evacuate the patients like normal people. So you have to defend yourself at the place where are you situation. Means I will give an example of the every hospital. There was 93 deaths. Most of the patients died due to smoke inhalation. You must be knowing. And the American and UK data specify that most of the hospital patient deaths are due to smoke inhalation. So there are so many factors that we have to take care. Dr. Arun Burma and Deepak have already stated so many things according to their professional work. And we are from the fire services, so whatever the problems we face, we are also want to include that thing in the designing of the hospitals. Because in Lucknow, Sanjay Gandhi PGI is also there. King George Medical Hospital is there. So I have fought the fire in both the institutions. There are so many structural problems are there. So there are few points that I will explain, like psychoeconomic approach. In normal conditions, आपने देखा होगा कि नॉर्मल कंडीशन में वेल प्लान में जैसे 2 दिन पहले आपको कोई काम बता दिया गया हो तो यू कैन डू इन ए प्रॉपर वे बट in emergency situation, the behavior of the person differs from the normal condition. You are very much aware and you have already practical knowledge how the patient or the relative of the patient behave in case of any emergency. So that was not done in India. So we take example of the Americans and Japanese and UK people. So that in that area we have to also work a lot. Like use of material in the hospital. Nowadays, we are using so many flammable materials. If you take the example of your patient bed, most of the bed, more than 50% of the material is used like plastic materials. Curtains, we don't use fire retardant curtains. Linens also, I think Deepak will tell me whether it's recommended that in OT or in other beds you have to use the fire retardant bed sheet or not. That is there.
Well, we when we are going ahead with the procurement, we ensure wherever possible the fire retardant things are been there. So when we test it and then accordingly we take a call. Earlier, the linen which was being used, the no due consideration was given. But now things are being taken care.
Yeah, it should be compulsorily made that all the linen, especially in the OT and ICU, they should be made of fire resistant materials. And compartmentation, you have already explained about the Japanese people. So there are visible compartmentation is there in the ICU. So the smoke, if there is a fire, smoke should not spread in all compartments. Ceiling height is the main problem nowadays. In hospitals, we have this NBC have recommended that height should be not less than 4.5 meters. But false, we provide false ceiling. So the ceiling height is decreased, and when there is a fire, in case of fire, there is a lot of smoke. If ceiling height is less, then smoke will be spread very rapidly. So we have to ensure that there should not be any false ceiling, or we are also trying to go for a research that in case of fire, that false ceiling will be removed automatically, and it will give a more volume to accommodate the smoke. And open this in ward rooms, you will find that there are very less number of openings in case of emergency. If you see the pictures of Embry and some hospital of Odisha, Bhubaneswar, all the people were rescued from the windows because fire service decided to break the window because that is a fix. So that we are also trying to recommend that few percentage should be open always. Second thing is occupant load. Okay, hospital is suppose designed for the 500 people, but in case of emergency like COVID or other pandemic like things, you will find that more people are occupying the hospital. And the escape management, totally escape management is calculated on the occupant's load. Suppose you have calculated some escape route for 10 people and there are 20 people, then speed will be reduced. So that we have to see what is the occupant load of the ICU, what is the occupant of wards, everything, and we have to control the ingress of people. But that is not practical, at least in India. But in private hospital they manage somehow. But in government hospital it is a very difficult. I have seen during the fire in trauma center of Lucknow Medical College, all the verandas were full with the attendant of the patient. So it was very difficult to evacuate the people. So these are the main thing, and the evacuation that you have to do regularly. So it should be in your mind that in case of emergency, how to evacuate the people. And defend in place is the thing we are trying. Like National Building Code, they recommend that evacuation should be done within 2.5 minutes. But being a nurse or doctor, you can imagine somebody is there on the ventilator or in ICU or in the OT. It is impossible to shift the patient within 2.5 minutes. Because you have to take out so many things, emergency things, and you have to shift that patient on the same level. That's why the hospitals are recommended for the horizontal evacuation. So you people have done a very good job. And in September we are having international fire conference in Ahmedabad, and I have already discussed with Mr. Deepak that all the stakeholders like medical professionals, fire, and other management people, who architects, we have to work together and we have to see what the developed countries are doing for their patients. And in that, after that, we will recommend to the National Building Code of India that you should modify few things. And in last, I will recommend that wherever you are, you should go for a fire safety audit, because audit will tell you where your fire safety is lacking, and that you have to remove it. And it is a request from our side, this professional side, that at least it is also recommended that within 6 months, especially in the ICU and OT, you can try to have a drill for the evacuation. And there are so many things that technical things that it's not required, but basically our aim is to sensitize you people to think about the emergency. It may be earthquake, it may be terrorist action, it may be fire, because in case of fire you cannot breathe due to smoke inhalation. That is the main problem. That's why 75% patients are dying due to smoke inhalation. So now I will not go for in a long way, but I will. We are also trying to this NABH, that this should be also included in that thing, because we have talked to Dr. Kocher. He is a CEO of QCI. We never had a discussion with doctors, nurses, architect, and the fire service. And we are trying our best to go for the best recommendation for the fire safety in the hospitals, because this institutional building is the most hazardous building in the all 9 categories of the buildings. So thank you very much for inviting me. And whenever we'll get chance, we'll have a separate, if required, we'll have a separate discussion with you people in Delhi, because this time it was not possible for us to come to there, and we'll would like to discuss with you in details with the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the evacuation of patients and staff in case of emergency situations. Sir has discussed about psychoeconomic approach, occupant load, and also highlighted the importance of fire safety audit in hospital to prevent fire. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We would like to send a token of appreciation, this memento, to you also through post. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. When we take break. I think we can have a break for 5 to 10 minutes, a bio break. After that, we resume back. Thank you. Up to activity based, I will have tabletop exercises. So everyone will be participating. Before that, let us refresh ourselves.
ये कंप्लीट
टेबल टॉप, हाँ टेबल टॉप के लिए अरेंजमेंट करना पड़ेगा।
नहीं, यहाँ पे वर्चुअली कंप्लीट।
हाँ
ऐसे वाला खत्म, अब टेबल टॉप
इसको बंद कर दूं फिर।
फिर कोई ऑनलाइन है तो
वो ऑनलाइन ज्वाइन करेगा तो
ऑनलाइन
हाँ रहने देते हैं।
They don't provide water.
सबको दिमाग में डालते हैं ना। मैं तो बीच में जापानी हॉस्पिटल
इंडिया की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करो। दोनों पर
मैंने कराया था
ले जाओ ले जाओ।
हाँ हाँ वो आ जाएगी। हाँ वो आ जाएगी।
ये करा के फोटो खींचने के बाद बताया इन्होंने शेड्यूल। हाँ शेड्यूल अब बहुत लोगों का है, बहुत लोग काम करो। अब क्या ये आज ही तो हो जाएगा। शेड्यूल में अब तो सब पता नहीं कितनी इंच की दीवार की है ना
मैं इधर बीच में इधर पतली
एरिया में जितना
शॉपिंग हॉस्पिटल का बेटा शॉपिंग एरिया कौन सा
कैफेटेरिया
ओपीडी क्यों
अरे ओपीडी नहीं है, आधे तो पेशेंट ऐसे रहते हैं कल बैठे होते हैं सारे। पर लोग विंडो शॉपिंग देखते ही तो है, चार्जिंग करना है।
सुन
और ये जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू बेड्स है
फुल चाहिए फुल
कितने तो आइडियली तो कुछ भी नहीं है,
आइडियली
बस अभी कंफर्म नहीं बता दीजिए, नहीं बताइए सारा सीक्रेट डाले दूंगा, नहीं वो काफी सीक्रेट रहेगा, काफी सीक्रेट है।
अभी पोस्टर
1 to 2 मीटर मतलब 1 to 2 मीटर 4 फीट हो,
1 मीटर में 3.25 फीट होते हैं वैसा मीटर तो हमारे पास 4 फीट है तो उतना 1 फीट का एक ही होता है ना,
वैसे 1 से 2 मीटर के बीच में डिफरेंस है। इनको बोल देंगे एक बार डिस्कस कर लो। अच्छा वो एपीओ को फुल फॉर्म देगा, वैसे तो ऑफिसर है, अच्छा
ऑफिसर होते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में इंस्टीट्यूट में ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं
मेरे को लग रहा था ऑफिसर सर्टिफिकेट वाला लेनी चाहिए और मैं बैठ गया, मेरे को ऑफिसर लग हाँ उसमें ईपीओ होते हैं ना, जैसे पीओ हो गए पब्लिक ऑफिसर वगैरह ये सब चीजें ना, पानी भी क्या है हल्के बॉटल नहीं, अच्छा
There's a slight change in the program. The lunch has arrived and I think we can have lunch and then we can join for the activity. So we'll meet back at 1:30. Lunch is available at the pantry. Please join everyone.
मम्मी सर्टिफिकेट्स रेडी है और जिनका नाम काटा हुआ है वो नहीं आए हुए हैं। हमारे पास टोटल कितने बंदे नहीं आए? तीन नहीं आए और ये सारे हैं।
32 टोटल 32 है ना इसमें से।
हाँ 3 बचे हैं।
रिपोर्ट रीड करेगा उसको बोलना रिपोर्ट में वो पढ़ेगा।
ठीक है मैम।
32 पार्टिसिपेंट्स।
ठीक है मैम। 32 है मैम। यस मैम।
तो उनको बोल देते हैं एक बार।
मैम ये लिस्ट इसके अंदर डाल के रख दूँ क्या? पहले भी हमारी इसी का
सुनो सुनो इससे मैं पढ़ूंगी ना तो कोई एक इंसान के पास खड़ा रहेगा तो वो सर्टिफिकेट पकड़ा।
ठीक है।
टू पीपल वन जिसके हाथ में सारे सर्टिफिकेट्स
ठीक है मैम, और एक मैम
पकड़ाएगा सेक्शन मैम को बोलेंगे वी शुड हैव 2 पीपल फॉर सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ठीक है वो कंफ्यूजन नहीं होता है ना
दीदी सुनो ना, हाँ मैम ने कहा है
अपने फोन से ना आपका कैमरा अच्छा होगा मतलब आप कंसीडर ले लो ये मेरे सेल्फी टाइप में मेरा अच्छा आ रही है मैं ना इतनी
मैम ने कहा है कि
नीचे देखो
जब सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होंगे ना तो मैम जब सर्टिफिकेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट
अब लैपटॉप में
करेंगे एक
देखो
पर्सन पर 2 लोग चाहिए एक के पास सर्टिफिकेट आने के पहले ठीक है और एक पर्सन सर्टिफिकेट निकाल के मैम के हाथ में देगा सारे पकड़ेंगे
सुनो हो ही गया है खाना देने
नहीं नहीं पहले रिपोर्ट रीडिंग
शिवानी से क्या
सेशन बाद में करो।
अरे मैं टाइम जल्दी आप सर्टिफिकेट दे मैम के हाथ में यार फोटो ले
मेरा प्री पोस्ट टेस्ट भी है उसी टाइम पे
हाँ तो तान्या नहीं करेगी सीमा तो फ्री है ना
हाँ सीमा कर
हाँ सीमा
क्या करना है बताओ।
चल फोटो ले रही है ना मैं पकड़
मैम
लूंगी
क्या
मैं पकड़ लूंगी तो
वेट
इस वाली पॉलिसी
हाँ ऊपर से निकाल नीचे से सारे सीरियल नोट वाइज लगा दे
हाँ
ये बहुत अच्छे हैं ऊपर ऊपर से नीचे
मैम नाम तो नहीं बोलेंगी
मैम नाम बोलेंगे सबका
चल बस अच्छा ठीक है
कोई भी है खाना
हाँ ठीक मैंने
यार खाना
इतनी रुको मैं एक प्लीज देर
तूने भी नहीं खींचा तो पीछे
क्या खेल लिया कुछ नहीं खेला
कितनी गंदी है मेरी कितनी गंदी
नहीं वो गंदी
फोटो गए
उसका कैमरा अच्छा है कैमरा
देखियो
उसका कैमरा जिसका भी कैमरा अच्छा है उसमें एक जल्दी खींच श्रुति के साथ में एक फोटो यार आज
तो आई नहीं
तू आ जाना बस तेरा काम है ए श्रुति दोनों का लियो किसका दोनों का
अपना पहले ले
मैडम का
का जाओ किसकी पूरी है और
ऐसा नहीं
ये भी साथ में मेरी वीडियो नहीं बनाई किसी ने इनको वीडियो के बारे में
नॉर्मल कैसा नहीं नॉर्मल सी भी अच्छी भी
यार
चेंज पोजीशन प्लीज
आ गया बहुत है
बहुत है नहीं ज्यादा निकालेंगे अच्छी आई है अकेली का निकालना
अकेले का निकालो मैडम का
ले रही रीमा कैसे कैसे बहुत एक घंटा लगा और तभी भी इतनी जल्दी लगी 5 मिनट
मैं ये बंदे को ऑर्डर नहीं करे देखना रे एक ले भी आई
उसका भी निकाल
और ये
मैंने बहुत
ये चीज
ये रख ले आगे सो मत मैं भी आ रही हूँ सुनो मैं स्टार्ट कर दूँ
उसमें निकालना है मेरा मोबाइल पता नहीं किसके पास है रईस रईस दीदी दीदी का
हो गया मैम
स्टोरेज भर जाना चाहिए मेरा फोन वेटलैंड में वेट मतलब गीले में चलो जल्दी आ जाओ जल्दी आ जाओ
मोबाइल किसके पास है बताओ सीमा के पास ठीक है
चलो ये रुको मैं जल्दी कर हमें 7 बजे करने जाना है यार जाना है
नहीं नहीं आज नहीं
अब नहीं कल जाना है मैम साइड होने के लिए अभी अच्छा सॉरी मुझे साइन सुना नहीं यार आ जाओ मेरी साड़ी नहीं आई एक बार भी रुक जाओ इसको तो आने दे मेरी फोटो आ रही है मेरी गाड़ी नहीं जल्दी पीछे जाओ पीछे ये क्या था मेरी इतनी साड़ी मेरे को झूठना पड़ा कल निकल के ले कल निकल
अरे यार मैं कह देता हूँ
हमें यहाँ आधी फोटो आई जिसमें बारिश पूरी पूरी अरे वो खींच रहे हैं हाँ वो भी रुको वहीं भी खींच रहे हैं वर्टिकल खींचना पे अरे रत्ना यहाँ आओ सेल्फी खींचते हैं आओ हाँ अच्छा है बॉलीवुड है वही दिखा वही दिखा करने लगी हूँ अरे यार बड़ी अच्छी फोटो आ रही है किसको बोल यार मेरा एक मिनट नहीं आ रही सही मैं काम करके मेरी साड़ी में आ जा मेरी साड़ी में यार मेरी साड़ी में गिरती है मतलब
सबकी साड़ी में कैसे आएगी यार
पानी चाहिए अपनी थोड़ी देर में बोलेंगे पूरी साड़ी लो मेरी हाँ पीछे आओ और साड़ी ये मेरा वाला ना टाइमर लगा रखा है ना तेरा नहीं है शिवानी आजा क्या मेरे को ऐसे 10 लोगों के साथ नहीं ले मेरी साड़ी तो अपने मुंह के मुंह से देखिए मेरा साड़ी भी नहीं हमें ये ग्रीन वाली साड़ी एक साथ अरे रईस को आगे करो यार बेचारे तुम हील पहन के आगे उठी हो मेरी साड़ी पे चुप गई मैं सोच रही हूँ चेहरे तो दीवार पे चिपक गया ये लो और पीछे और दूर हो जाओ अब और छिंद छिंद होके खड़े हो जाओ साड़ियाँ निकाल लो अपनी हरियाणी बोली छिपे छिपे शिवानी अब दिख रही है तेरी साड़ी आ जा कैसे दो
सुनना
नहीं सारे थे यार
सुन मैं वहाँ पे बैठी मेरी
से अच्छी आएगी यार वहां से एक मेरी भी ले दो मैं अपना फोन लेके आई देख आना चाहिए कोई नहीं कोई लेगा सामने देखना कैमरे के साइड हो जाए तो आप प्लीज मुझे रिक्वेस्ट एक मेरी भी ले दो
अरे वहाँ भूखे मर जाएंगे वो
नहीं दे रहे हैं नाम दे रहे हैं यार मीटिंग में कोई जॉइन तो नहीं है ना हमारे नाम रईस नेक्स्ट पोजीशन फोटो खींच दे
फोन कहाँ है
तेरा फोन कहाँ है
देख मैं इधर देख
अरे तू फोन दे उसका
रईस का रईस रुक जा
एक बार तू दिखा मुझे तूने बैग खोल दी फोटो लिए मेरे 10 पोस्ट दिलवा के
इधर आ जा तानिया
कितना ही दूर से
अरे इसका फोन दे
बस पास आ जा मतलब मैं ही हूं थोड़ा बहुत
यहाँ से कोई फोटो लो
दीदी रुक जाओ अभी
वही रही खींचो मां श्रुति और मेरी खींचो
फोन हो तो मेरे पास
ले ना अपना फोन ले जल्दी खींचो भाई
तेरा फोन कहाँ है
तेरा मैडम
दीदी आपका फोन दो
सीमा यार
उसका फोन दे हो गया
उसकी ले रहा हूँ मैं
जल्दी खींच दे रहे
और कोई शो के
दिखा
चला जा
अरे रईस ये ले ले
एक करेंगे
एक गमले वाली पूछ हाँ
एक और ले ले
जल्दी ले
तेरे फोन में अच्छी आती है
हो गई
दिखाइए
खींचना
मेरी इज्जत को देखो
साइड देख ले
हाँ बस
ये लड़की को कॉल खींच दे
नहीं हो पा रही है रुक जा मैं ऐसे ले लूं एक
हाँ मैडम आपका क्या
हमारे भी फोटो ले
साइड हटो
मेरी सूर्य दीदी के साथ भी ले लेना
अकेले ले
अभी अभी तू भी ऐसे खड़ा रहना ना इधर साइड वहाँ पे तू टेबल पूरा सामने सामने टेबल पे आ रहा है स्माइल करता करता भी बंदा थक जाए इतनी देर में
बता रही हूँ मैं आ रहा है
मम्मी
एक
एक मिनट है ना एक
सूर्य दीदी के साथ मीटिंग
यार क्या सही फोटो आई है ये वाली। सुन ना, ये यहाँ आना, यहाँ पे
यहाँ पे आगे रख। पहले मेरी उसके बाद
सूर्या मैडम बर्थडे में है हो गई
मेरा
चलो
मेरा
मैं अभी कपल कर देती हूँ।
टाइमर की बेनिफिट है, सभी को ऐसे पास है, ये वाली खींचते हैं ऐसे वाली, ठीक है। हाँ यार थोड़ा कुछ ज्यादा है और खींचना दीदी। और
मैडम उसको
बहुत अच्छी फोटो आ रही है ऐसे में, देखती हैं ये
सेल्फी
वाली
खींचे, सेल्फी
ये वाली खींचते
है
हैं
मेरी में।
ऐसे रखना।
दीदी आ जाओ ना।
मेरा पूरा फोन तेरे तेरे को दे दिया है।
बैठो बैठो।
हम भी बैठ के जाएंगे।
अभी शशि मैम खाना खा के आएगी ना, गाली देगी सबको।
दिमाग के साथ चीजें रही
आ जा।
आज मेरी सारी फोटो बिट्टू के साथ ही होंगी।
आप साइड पे कर लो ना
यार बड़ी अच्छी आ रही है ना। जल्दी
टाइमर
कोई नहीं आया।
दबाओ
इससे बोल
यार, इसका टाइमर कम कर पहले तो।
ये रुक 5 से 2 कर दे, क्योंकि उस टाइम सेट होती है
ज्यादा ही आ गया ना।
कोई नहीं कोई नहीं हाँ कर दे
मेरी साइड फेस करना, तू अपना फेस उधर साइड मत रखना।
तेरे साइड करना है ना।
आ जा रहा है ना
ऐसा करना है।
उधर वाले बाल आगे कर थोड़े से, ऐसा लग रहा है ही नहीं उधर साइड बाल। हाँ, इनको थोड़ा आगे कर ले।
सर एक टेबल चाहिए। वी हैव इनॉग्रल सेरेमनी। ये भी हो गया नहीं आया था।
हाँ उधर साइड से इधर रख लेना इसको
यार
ये तो बड़ा गंदा है, नाम लिखा हुआ है इसका।
हाँ ये तो ठीक है, ये ठीक है। हमने जो फेस
यार अच्छी फोटो आ रही है।
काम ले लेगा।
चल चल ले रही है।
बस चल। इधर से खींचना, जल्दी खींचना।
ये पकड़ ली।
यहाँ आगे रख लेते हैं।
मेरी भी खींच रही
ये साबुन अब अच्छा लग रही है
हम्म।
ये हरा भरा सा लग रहा
आ रही है तू?
ऐसे लो।
हाँ ऐसे ले ले, आ जाएगा ना सब कुछ।
हाँ हाँ
पर वैसे में अच्छी लगती, वैसे में अच्छी आ रही थी। थोड़ा ऊपर कर हाथ को।
गिर
एक
जाएगा ये।
मिनट। हाँ ऐसे।
बट गिर जाएगा यार।
ये
अब लो।
हाँ अच्छी आ रही है यार। मेरे को एक सामने से भी खिंचा, तेरी खींच गई क्या सामने से? मेरी खींच दे यार एक। मैं जा रही हूँ वहाँ पे उनका खाना पीने का देख के आती हूँ।
मेरी यहाँ खींच दे अच्छे से। एक सेकंड। हाँ
इसकी फोटो नहीं खत्म हो रही। सारे कैमरे ऑन है, सब कैमरे के आगे हैं।
हमारी कितनी अच्छी
है ना? ये वाली अच्छी है काफी।
सेल्फी में लूं तो
जैसे मैं
अच्छी आई
हाँ
है।
चल
टेबल तो पक्का पूरा का पूरा
बता दो
टेबल
कब
आ
लेना
गया।
है।
थोड़ा सा मेरे पास
नहीं मैं
है।
ऐसे ही लूंगी नहीं है। ये माइक में बोलती हूँ।
कोई सीन नहीं है। हाँ अब इसके बिना ऐसे कर ले, ऐसे थोड़ा सा। हाँ इधर साइड से टिल्ट कर ले।
ले ले भूखी है।
एक मिनट।
नीचे देखते हैं।
बी लिटिल ऑर्गेनाइज। दिखाइए।
सुनो तू लोग जा नहीं रहे हो क्या?
जा रहे हैं दीदी, चलो यार बहुत हो गया। उन बेचारों की बैंड बज रही छुट्टियों के लोग की। चलो यार चलो।
10 लोग तो यहीं पे हैं।
दीदी मेरी फोटो खींचो ना।
मेरे साथ तो नहीं है
पूरी साड़ी की।
दीवानी का
अरे कहाँ मेरी
मेरी यहाँ पे हम जाके रुक जाएंगे। हम जाके पूछा नहीं अभी आने से हमारा दूसरा
ये सीजर हो गई है।
सुनना काटियो
मैम फ्रंट से होगी क्या फ्रंट वाले से मेरे को पता चलेगा ना कि मैं क्या
प्लीज अभी आ जाओ एक बारी
चल दीदी कर लेते हैं पहले बात
आके प्लीज फोटो क्लिक कर लेना तान्या भी यहीं बैठे हैं देखो आराम से काम कर रहे हैं प्लीज चलो यार
क्या करना
यार वो दोनों लगे होंगे बहुत गालियां देंगे
हाँ हाँ यार
प्लीज एक बार चल पड़ो हेल्प करने के लिए सीमा
एक साइड
रेंज दीदी को तो रहने दो बेड ले मिलेगी रेणु दी
चल रहा है कुछ बोल रही हूँ क्या यार सबको रेज कर दो भाई
आजी
नहीं टेबल नहीं दिया मैडम को इवेंट शुरू हो रहे मैं स्टूडियो 1 में हूँ दो ना मैडम को
In morning, we started with registration of participants at 9 a.m. We have 32 participants in total, followed by pre-test. Then we had inaugural ceremony at 9:30 a.m. in which Sir Dr. D.K. Sharma, medical president, was
शर्मा सर को नाम लेके बुला वो वो उसकी तो लेनी है कभी कभी बस अब जब चाहे कैसे बच्चों के साथ मुझे क्या जोड़ी है वन भी नहीं होती
जाके खाना खाना खाओ पहले टेबल टॉक शुरू हो तो फिर मैं और एक टेबल और पहले 2 टेबल होना चाहिए ना हमें 2 टेबल मिल सकता है एक वहाँ पे नहीं हो सकता ना
हमारे सारे हैं
पीसी रखा हो
प्रोफेसर है अटेंडेंट है प्रोफेसर है तो अटेंडेंट होते हैं यहाँ के प्रोफेसर कहलाते हैं आप इनसे बात कर सकते 2002 में हमारे सार बैठे हैं चुड़ी इनसे भी सकते
नहीं तो एक नीचे वाला पे करवा लेंगे ये वाला भी यूज कर सकते हैं नीचे वाला भी यूज करते हैं लेकिन इसमें बैठना हो
आ रहा है टेबल
आ रहा
आ गया हमारा भी काम नहीं है हाँ सही बात है नहीं ये तूने सही बोला था को भाई काम मेरा भी मेरे को भी है वो सुरेंद्र का काम है भाई इसमें रहना चाहिए इधर
इसको ना
थोड़ा डिस्टेंस पे चाहिए हमें
इसी साइड करना है या वहाँ पे कर लेते उस साइड में
मतलब कि ना थोड़ा गैप होना चाहिए दोनों हाँ यहाँ पे लगा दीजिए दोनों ऐसे लगा देते हैं ना
बीच में ही
हाँ
सामने सामने
हाँ
तो वो खिंचा जाएगा
हाँ हो जाएगा वैसे इस पे दोनों आ जाएंगे क्या
हाँ तो यहाँ पे 14 लोग कैसे खड़े
हाँ ये बात भी है
वो
थोड़ा ऐसे हाँ इसको थोड़ा यहाँ पे कर दे
बहुत बारी है, रहन जा वहीं पे करवा देंगे। किस तो जाएगा
पानी की बोतल हटा देना।
ठीक है, ठीक है ना। होगा, आराम से खड़े हो जाएंगे ना। देखना पड़ेगा आपको एक बार।
इधर साइड अपने स्टूडेंट्स पढ़े जाएंगे और उधर
दो ही तो है ना, स्टूडेंट तो दो ही रहेंगे।
हाँ हाँ
तो बाहर कर दे रहे हैं।
ठीक है दीदी, जाऊँ मैं?
जा जा जा।
अपने सर्टिफिकेट यहाँ रखे हैं बस।
क्या हुआ?
कौन?
जा जा तू जा।
ठीक है।
तुम सुनोगे या मैं बदलूं? मैं सुनूं? मेरी बात सुनोगे या तुम तुम्हारी बात सुनोगे? ठीक है ना?
उसको मोबाइल से भी कर सकते हो।
सिस्को को
हैं?
सिस्को वेबएक्स को
सिस्को वेबएक्स को है किसी को भी। मोबाइल में थोड़ा टफ है, लैपटॉप से करना। आपको यूट्यूब स्ट्रीमिंग है नहीं है, आप क्लियर बताओ मुझे।
नहीं
तो सीधा यहाँ पे क्लिक करो ना, टेंशन ले लो उसकी।
नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, वही पूछ रहा हूँ।
इससे करना प्रेजेंटेशन बस।
इससे प्रेजेंटेशन मतलब सिस्को में यहाँ ज्वाइन करेंगे, प्रेजेंटेशन शेयरिंग इसमें।
मैं बोलूँ सर एक बार?
हाँ
क्लियर, सीधा देसी तरीका, ज़्यादा देसी दवाई सूट करती है हमें दोनों को। वहाँ से करना सर होस्ट आप, जिसका जो भी कंट्रोल कंट्रोल आवाज़ वाज जिसको बंद करना जो भी करना वहाँ से। और यहाँ से पीपीटी शेयर कर, बोलो यहाँ से सिर्फ
ये तो
पीपीटी
पीपीटी शेयर ही
और
है।
इसका माइक कैमरा दोनों और स्पीकर भी। सिंपल।
नहीं नहीं नहीं,
या इसका लगा दो, इसमें लगा दो।
मैं वही तो इसीलिए तो तेरे को बुलाया।
बस सिंपल करो। इसका साउंड या तो टीवी से ले लो या उससे ले लो।
नहीं नहीं,
ये क्या क्या है आपका ये? क्या है सर, जो भी है आप समझ जाओ। अभी टेंस्ट भी चल रहा है। अब आप बताओ सर, आप क्या कर रहे हो? तो मेरी बात सुनो ध्यान से थोड़ा। ज़्यादा बच्चों भी मेरे साथ कर रहे थे, फ्री में बिठाया। हाँ हाँ भाई, मेरा तो सब ठीक चल रहा है, तुम करो ना, तुम क्यों नहीं कर रहे? बाकी मर्जी आपकी, ठीक है ना? आप अपना आज़ादी से बोल सकते हो। हाँ जी सर। सर अभी मैं पहले सर्जरी का चालू कराऊंगा फिर जाऊंगा। है तो सही सर, मगर मैं मिले ना मिले। आप अपना खा लो, मैं अपना देख लूंगा। ठीक है ठीक है। हाँ तो आप मम्मी को बोल दो मैं ठीक है ना मैम।
ये गलत बात है ना, किसी ने तो वो तो तुम्हें नीचे फेंको। कॉमन सेंस होना चाहिए। टिश्यू पेपर नीचे फेंक देते हैं, ये गलत है ना, तभी वो लोग मना करते हैं। इतना तो देख रहे हैं, नीट एंड सब एजुकेटेड है। मैं तो घर से ही ला रही थी, फिर मैं भी घर से ला रही थी, फिर वाटर में डालना भूल गई। नहीं मैं इतनी छोटी डाल रही थी। अरे ये क्या लगा दिया, मेरे को तो कुछ ना आते। इंटेलिजेंट
Please keep your water bottles either in the bag or throw it out. It is not allowed inside the hall. No eatables, no drink.
Yeah. नहीं मेरा ये मेरा गिरा है। हाँ अभी गिरा है।
बच्चों के पेन मेरा था,
एक्टिविटी के लिए होगा।
फर्क पड़ेगा।
ये चश्मा किसका है?
मैम
लंच
टाइम हो गया, लंच टाइम 2:30 बजे तक चलता ना।
ये पानी की बोतल ना बाहर ही ड्रॉप करके आइएगा।
जी जी जरूर।
हाँ लाना ही नहीं चाहिए आप।
ठीक है।
गार्ड मना कर रहा है फिर भी आप लोग लेके आ रहे हैं।
बीच में जैसे खांसी
नहीं मान रहे हैं, एक्सपीरियंस सही है बच्चों का।
पेंट्री में डस्टबिन में डाल
पर ग्रॉस तो इनके बनाए थे समय खाना पता सुनिए किचे आने दरकार किचे आना ना काहे तो नहीं
कहाँ हो गया फिर से? नहीं नहीं अच्छा खाना डाल
एक चीज मैंने नहीं देखी,
मेरा पता है घूम फिर के पिंक होगा, पिंक होगा, रेड होगा, ब्लू होगा, और और जिंदगी की देख देख के ना बस साइड में भी लेके साइड में बड़ी थी उन्होंने सैनिटरी में स्टाफ को वाले चटनियाँ की रहती बहुत सारी इसके अंदर से तो छोटे छोटे ब्लेड से काफी और मैं तो ब्लाउज ब्लाउज में जो भी है जो साड़ी है उसका ब्लाउज करना है तो उससे मैं पीछे स्लीव्स के लिए लेस मैचिंग किसका नगर में जहाँ चूड़ियाँ बहुत सारी उसी के पिछली बार इस बार
घूम सकते हो, घूम सकते हो मैम, घूम सकते हो लहंगे और शादी वाली साड़ियाँ पहन के क्या
जुलूस निकल जाएगा बेटे की शादी करी ना खुश हो सूर्या अच्छा कंप्लीट
बहुत पहले किया था उसे देखो अगर फाइल कौन सी है बताना अभी रेड कौन है तीनों अभी तक मेरे अच्छा देखो सर अभी तक तो यही वो ISCH सब चलेगा बहुत बढ़िया सबके स्कूल टूट गए स्कूल टूट गए वैसे इधर ही करने के बाद ना चलेंगे एक दिन आपको लेके सैटरडे प्लान बनाएंगे ऐसे भी खत्म है यहाँ किसी की भी सहती थी ना तुमने कमर तोड़ दी थी अरे देखो कहीं ना कहीं तो निकलता है मैंने वो किया दोनों सिस्टर ने हमारा किया मैंने हमारा किया मेरे को कहीं कोई कोई स्टाफ सब सब जहाँ मेरे को कोई बात जितने मन में कोई में एक चेयर है एक चेयर पे एक चेयर के ऊपर
Has everybody come back after lunch?
Yes. मैम माइक को ऑन कर दो हो गया
Is everybody back after lunch? Any more participants in the pantry? नींद आने का टाइम नहीं है. We will make you stand and work. So no place for sleeping. मैं लेक्चर ले ही नहीं रही. मैं आपसे एक्सरसाइज करवा रही हूँ. हाँ मेरे लेक्चर में सोना भी मुश्किल है. हाँ जिसने भी अटेंड किया होगा. So we'll divide you in two groups. We have group 1. कौन है? Among the students, the group ICU students, please come forward. So since morning we have learned about how to design an ICU, how to design an emergency, right? And what should be the guidelines while we are designing. The infrastructural guidelines. So we will not go into the details of infrastructural guidelines because anyway we will not be doing all that. But we should be knowing that from inside what should be the layout of an ICU and an emergency. So first we are going to talk about the designing of an ICU. we'll provide you some material, we'll provide you some space as a chart, and on the chart you'll come in small groups. Half of you will be here with the students, as well as one teacher will be there to facilitate you and to help you how to design a perfect ICU, an ideal one. So while you're designing, you have to give thoughts and discuss with each other that for an 8-bedded ICU, where should be the counter, where should be the bed, where should be the entrance, if at all any labs are required, or if at all any other facilities which are required with an ICU. So where they will be placed on the chart. The chart is our ground. On that ground, in that space, we have to design the layout of a inside of an ICU. If you have any doubts, the teachers and the PC students are there. You can discuss with them and then start planning on the chart paper. And the half of the participants, they will be observing what they are doing. It will be displayed on the screen. So they are going to speak out, as well as they are going to, and then you have to be focused and watching them that what could have been done better. So once they finish and do the presentation, there will be inputs from the other group that they should have been doing the other way around, if you feel it that way. So let's start with the first group activity of ICU designing. ICU है ना? First activity. So participants में से बुलाओ ना आधे लोगों को. So first, अरे ऐसे ही निकालो इधर से 10 लोग 15 लोग 15 candidates from any 15 can get up. 15. Rest of the people will be watching on the screen. Everything will be visible, whatever they are doing. And if or they can be just 5 or 6 people from the participants, and the rest can observe. Please don't block the camera on the table. Stand that side. नहीं आप इधर खड़े हो जाइए. कैमरा उधर है.
किस तरफ है? आपके पीछे है क्या? टेबल पे. नहीं आप थोड़े से कम लोग आ जाइए प्लीज. ओनली 5 to 6.
मैं ना उसको
Group है ना थोड़ा सा. You have to just plan infrastructure, like how the ICU can be designed. And then you can use these camera.
Please don't block the camera. सामने की तरफ मत खड़े होइए. हाँ सुमन के साइड से उन सबको हटाना. सुमन सबको. Please stand only on the sides. हाँ अभी दिख रहा है. उनको कर लेने दीजिए. आप देखिए सिर्फ वो कैसे कर रहे हैं. एंड में जब वो प्रेजेंट करेंगे तब हम बोलेंगे कि क्या किया. सेंटर में नोटिफिकेशन होना चाहिए. दोनों को देख सकते. दोनों को देख सकते. 2 6 7 अपने 3 4 इधर 5 दोनों को नोटिफिकेशन देख सकते हैं. नहीं सुमन वो हटाना है. इस तरफ इधर नहीं आप इधर से मत देखिए. इधर से देखिए. इधर मत देखिए. दोनों आमने सामने देखेंगे ना. अरे जो ये बीच वाली स्क्रीन है इतनी बड़ी, तो आपके पीछे देख लीजिए. नहीं वो जो क्या करना है अभी आप सिर्फ उसके बाद प्रेजेंट करेंगे ना तब कमेंट मारो.
चेंजिंग रूम सब
नर्सेस चेंजिंग एक साइड डॉक्टर्स ड्यूटी तुम करते हो या दोनों एक ही साइड कर दो
चेंजिंग रूम एक ही तरफ
हाँ
कर दो।
चेंजिंग रूम एक ही तरफ कर दो
मेडिसिन
स्टोर इधर हाँ
मैम
मेडिसिन स्टोर
अब बिल्कुल कैमरे के सामने बैठ नहीं, आपको उठना पड़ेगा उस चेयर से।
नहीं
हमने देखा था देखो ये जो
इसमें देखिए ना पीछे स्टोर होना चाहिए।
नहीं मेन स्टोर तो उधर एग्जिट के पास यहाँ पे हमारा जो मेडिसिन मेडिसिन
सेटअप के हिसाब से करें जो हमारे हॉस्पिटल में सेटअप है
छोटा सामान जो हम रखते हैं वो
जो डेली
मेन स्टोर होगा। जब
एग्जिट में से लाते हैं पूरा उधर तक
थोड़ा थोड़ा निकाल कर लाते हैं वो सामान इधर होगा।
यहाँ तो मेन हमारा एक छोटा मिनी वो होगा ना
मतलब डेली रिक्वायरमेंट का निकालते हैं, डेली रिक्वायरमेंट
फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर
वो
मैम सामने नहीं,
बैक रूम
मैम साइड में।
बैक रूम
एक यहाँ एक उधर
दरवाजे की तरफ एक दरवाजे की तरफ
एक नर्स यहाँ
डोर की तरफ डोर
ये क्या है क्रैश कार्ड के पास आइसोलेशन रूम
वो तो सेपरेट होता है, सेपरेट रूम
ये सब
इमरजेंसी एक्सेस
लैब लैब
बाहर की तरफ
ये बीच में होता है
बाहर की तरफ
आईसीयू अगर नहीं वो गेट कहाँ पे आईसीयू अगर 6 बेडेड बनाना है आइसोलेशन रूम हमें अलग से रखने की जरूरत नहीं है इन्हीं में से
जैसे गेट आईसीयू में है गेट में ही आइसोलेशन रूम से मेन आईसीयू में, तो वैसे वो ठीक है।
इन्हीं में से एक हम आइसोलेशन
नहीं +6+2
6+2 है ना 8 होगा भाई, मैं 8 बोला
इमरजेंसी एग्जिट एक उधर होगा एक इधर होगा तो
इमरजेंसी
दो
एग्जिट
तरफ स्टेयर
इमरजेंसी एग्जिट 2 हो गया
सुनो जो लिफ्ट डोर की तरफ नहीं होगी जहाँ से
लिफ्ट की तरफ
नहीं इधर भी लिफ्ट इधर भी होनी चाहिए,
जहाँ से एंट्रेंस हो रही है लिफ्ट उस तरफ भी तो होगी
दो पायले दो
ये तो सीएसडी तो बाहर होगा ना
एक स्टेयर नहीं स्टेयर ही तो होगी
बनाते हैं यहाँ पे।
स्टेयर तो जरूरी है ना स्टेयर तो जरूरी है।
If something is not there, you can write it.
फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर स्टेयर तो जरूर चाहिए, स्टेयर के बगैर तो कुछ होगा ही नहीं।
मार्केट से ना इसको लिख सकते हैं आप जहाँ पे जो बनाना चाहते
क्योंकि अगर लिफ्ट नॉट वर्किंग है स्टेयर या वो हमारा
स्टेयर ही चाहिए होती है
रैंप रैंप नाम याद आ रहा है ना मुंह में
हैं लिख दीजिए मैम यहाँ पे
रैंप
आपको लगता है
चाहिए,
कि स्टेयर और रैंप बनाना है।
स्टेयर और रैंप चाहिए।
वेटिंग एरिया
थोड़ा बीच में निकाल सकते हैं ना फिर देखिए आगे करो फिर उसके बाद फिर इसका बीच का ठीक है ये कॉरिडोर हो गया आपका बीच का ये बीच का स्पेस हो गया ठीक है ये आपका हो गया ये स्लीव्स रूम कहाँ है आप
यहाँ ये वॉशरूम
पीछे वाले घेरा
हैंड वॉश यहाँ थोड़ी
है उधर आगे भी है,
हैंड वॉश
है आगे
पीछे लगा दिया।
हाँ 4 है।
स्टेयर तो बैक साइड में होनी चाहिए, बैक साइड में बैक साइड में ना एग्जिट में होती है ना।
एक इधर एक इधर
कर सकते हैं
दोनों साइड होना चाहिए
हमारी दोनों तरफ कर सकते हैं,
दोनों तरफ होना चाहिए
हमारी दोनों तरफ दोनों
मैम एंट्रेंस और एग्जिट स्पेसिफाई कर दीजिए
4 हो गए ना,
दोनों तरफ भी
चार
हमारी
के
स्टेयर आगे भी पीछे भी। ये तो 5 लगते हैं, फायर एग्जिट तो 2 ही होते हैं, फायर एग्जिट 2 होते हैं। उसी में बनाइए ना स्टेयर्स नहीं बनाइए, स्टेयर्स तो चाहिए ना फायर एग्जिट के लिए स्टेयर्स चाहिए।
स्टेयर्स फायर एग्जिट
स्टोर एंट्रेंस
गूगल मीट पर तुम है नहीं साइड में लेफ्ट साइड या इस पे जस्ट एंट्रेंस है
पता है स्टोर जो होता है ना, जो सामान लाते हैं ना वो हमेशा मेन गेट के पास ही होना चाहिए आपको क्रेडिट कार्ड जो थोड़ा इन्फेक्टेड चीजें होती है मेडिसिन हमेशा उधर होना चाहिए, चाहे कैसे भी बनाओ वो ये एंट्रेंस के पास होना चाहिए मेडिसिन।
यहाँ पे कहाँ है?
ये तो एग्जिट बनाया है इसके
बीच में
इसके बीच में
नहीं तो हम बैक साइड में तो लिफ्ट और स्टेयर्स है ना, तो वहाँ भी स्टोर रह सकता है ना पीछे से
आगे भी बनाया, लेकिन आगे भी रास्ता दे दिया है ना, आगे भी
इमरजेंसी होता है ना वो, चलो सब किसी को कोई चेंज करना है
कुछ और चेंज करना चाहते हो तो करोगे क्या?
ये माता बड़ी देर से बैठ जाते
कैमरे कैमरा कैमरा
इधर देख,
एक फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर यहाँ है,
ये थोड़ा
एक फ्लैश कार्ड है,
सीएसडी तो ऑफसाइड में रखा है ना,
4 हो गए।
सीएसडी ऑफसाइड में if you're planning done or do you need few more minutes? If you're planning for ICU done,
खत्म हो गया, 4 है ये, 4 है।
बैक साइड में भी तो एक ही
वहाँ सीढ़ियाँ हो गया भाई, बताओ अभी।
Okay, so if you are done, choose one of you to present what you have done. बाकी लोग सब बैठ जाइए, बाकी सब लोग बैठ जाइए. Now it is time for everyone to listen carefully about their planning of an ICU. So how many beds ICU it is?
This is 6 plus 2 isolation
So
rooms.
8-bedded ICU. She is going to tell what will be the layout and how they are planned. Where will be the exit?
इधर से आ जाओ,
Where will be the entrance?
इधर से नजर नहीं आ रहा ना फ्लैग, आगे से आ जाएगा आपको सारा।
आइसोलेशन रूम दोनों एकदम बने,
एक ही है,
7 हो है ना, फिर हमें 2 एक लिख दो सिस्टर आइसोलेशन। Good afternoon, everyone. So, ma'am, I am going to present my ICU model. मेरी आवाज काफी है,
नहीं
तो बिना इसके
गूगल पे भी जानी है ना, ऑनलाइन लोग हैं.
Good afternoon. Now I'm going to present my ICU model, which we have discussed and made. We have 6-bedded ICU plus 2 isolation rooms, means total 8 beds. So this is our entry.
नहीं, आप पेन से दिखा दीजिए, बोलते रहिए.
This is our entry. Then on one side is stairs and lift, other side is lift, and on both sides we have one isolation room each. And then we have main stores from where we are getting our from main store we are getting our supplies and keeping there. Then on one side, the 2 changing rooms, one for nurses and one for doctors. That is there.
आप वो फ्लैग को पेन से मार्क करके पेन से, हाँ.
This is nurses changing room.
Very good.
And this is doctor's changing room. That is on right side of the entry. Then nurses counter is in between, in the center of beds. 3 beds this side, 3 beds this side. This is nurses changing room. And nurses station. Nurses station. And on this one is for treatment room. Here we are keeping our sterile supplies and getting the.
Ma'am, this is a room or it is just a space or a cupboard?
This is the type of we are having for keeping open shelves or covered
So it
with
is
glass.
open space.
Open space or like a shelf cupboard type with covered with glass or something like that.
Okay.
Because sterile supplies should be protected from dust, etc. So then on opposite sides we have made there is lift and stairs are there. So this stairs will be using as fire exit. Lift, of course, we cannot use during fire. Then we have got 4 fire extinguishers, one on each side. One on right side of entry, one on left side of entry, then one this side and one this side. So from anywhere it can be reached very easily. Crash cart we have kept on one side of nurse's station, and that is approachable from patients' beds also. Anywhere if any emergency is happening, so we can use that crash cart easily. Sluice room is there. That is become outside of the ICU. Washroom is also outside of the ICU. But the washroom should be washroom at the back side of the ICU. But we should be having a scrub station also for before entering to ICU. We should be having one scrub station.
Let her complete. Let her complete. Please, let her complete.
This is hand washing area. That will be outside the ICU before entering. हाँ सॉरी चेंजिंग रूम के पास दो आनी चाहिए
क्या लगवा रहे हो? आपका जो सुनिए मैम, आपका जो सरफेस है वर्किंग सरफेस वो सिर्फ चार्ट के ऊपर है, आप कॉरिडोर में पहुंच गई हैं। और लोगों की जगह को एनक्रोचमेंट ना कीजिए।
आजकल एनक्रोचमेंट का जमाना है, हर कोई
jokes apart, please come back. हाँ।
तो एक सब स्टेशन हम हैंड वॉशिंग एरिया इधर रखते हैं नर्सिंग स्टेशन के पीछे, so that can be used while doing the procedure after or in between the procedure, after that moments of hand washing we have, all of us know. So one hand washing area is here. So I think
it's done.
I have covered.
Ramp requirement नहीं बोला. Ramp requirement.
अच्छा हाँ.
ठीक है, वो आईसीयू के बाहर का है, वो आईसीयू के बाहर का है, उसको छोड़ सकते हैं। नहीं, उसको छोड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो हम आईसीयू के अंदर का लेआउट डिस्कस कर रहे हैं।
Ramp is also there.
You are right in saying that, but we are talking about designing of the inside layout of an ICU, so we can exclude those details.
So patients' beds all are having necessary जो भी जरूरतें हैं, ऑक्सीजन, सक्शन, मेडिकल एयर एंड area for this thing, attaching monitors, वो भी इनके monitors सब beds के साथ है. All beds are having monitors attached. Oxygen suction all beds are having, because ICU में सब कुछ ये बहुत जरूरी है.
Okay, now we go with the inputs from the group first. Anybody will like to suggest anything? कुछ मिस हुआ है, कुछ और लेआउट में होना चाहिए, वरना मेरे पास तो बहुत कुछ है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए काउंटर,
ट्रीटमेंट रूम बनाया इन्होंने,
ट्रीटमेंट रूम बनाया.
आपकी क्या प्रेफरेंस है? आप अपने इन्वेस्टिगेशंस और जो भी है ट्रीटमेंट रूम में करेंगे या कहीं और करेंगे?
जो हमारा
आपको स्पेस चार्ट दिया है, आप उसी में बताइए।
आईसीयू में एक्चुअली हमारे पास एक ब्लड गैसेस के लिए मशीन होती
तो
है।
आपके लैब के लिए कोई स्पेस बनाया है?
नहीं बनाया।
ओके,
भूल गई।
ओके। एक आपके साथ कोई और उन पेपर पे लिखी, स्टूडेंट्स हु आर द प्लीज। लैब तो बनाया इन्होंने, एक बनाया है, फ्लैग में रखा है, बोला था बाहर की तरफ। हाँ, ये गलत जगह बनाया, ये मेरे मेरे यहाँ पे है। पैंट्री बनाई है, ओके। हॉस्पिटल अटेंडेंस का रूम नहीं है, लिख दीजिए।
लॉन्ड्री रूम नहीं बना है।
लॉन्ड्री रूम कहाँ पे होता है? लुइस रूम बनाया है इन्होंने।
बैक साइड में
बनाया, आइडियल की बात करते हैं, हमारे पास तो बहुत कुछ नहीं है। मेरे को तो 365 दिन की 365 साड़ियाँ चाहिए, पर नहीं है। बैगेज रूम, प्लीज एक पेपर
होता है आईसीयू में, क्या होता है पेशेंट का?
प्लीज एक पेपर पे लिख लीजिए सजेशंस, विल टॉक ऑन दिस, एक पेपर पे सजेशंस लिख लीजिए। जो आईसीयू डिजाइनिंग के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, प्लीज बी ऑन द टेबल, वन पर्सन, एंड कीप ऑन राइटिंग द पॉइंट्स।
आईसीयू में बैगेज रूम थोड़ी होता है?
नहीं होता, वेटिंग रूम में देते हैं।
तो जो हमारे पास नहीं है, जरूरी नहीं है ना वो आइडियल हो। हम आइडियल बनाएंगे ना फ्यूचर में, हम तो आज प्लानिंग सीख रहे हैं, तो फ्यूचर में आइडियल बनाएंगे।
वेटिंग रूम
भी नहीं होता,
वेटिंग रूम तो होता नहीं है। आइडियल बना रहे हैं ना हम यहाँ।
लेट अस नॉट आर्ग्यू कहाँ होता है, लेट अस जस्ट जॉट डाउन द पॉइंट्स कि क्या क्या होना चाहिए, देन विल डिसाइड कि हमें कहाँ पे होना चाहिए।
Not only nursing at the nursing station. So other doctors will be doing the procedure and all.
Okay, scrubbing area. Fine. What else?
स्क्रबिंग एरिया तो हमने एडमिशन के लिए बनाया ना।
हाँ बनाया,
एक
ठीक
वहाँ
है।
बनाया, एक इधर बनाया।
अच्छा ठीक है, हम उसमें मॉडिफिकेशंस बताएंगे ना आपको। हाँ जी, और कुछ होना चाहिए।
रिलेटिव्स
चेंजिंग रूम लिखो। बड़ों के लिए भी तो लोग आएंगे, छोटे बच्चे के पास ही क्यों आएंगे।
वेटिंग एरिया में वेटिंग एरिया तो बाहर होगा ना आईसीयू, हम तो आईसीयू के अंदर का ले
बनाया, फायर एग्जिट बनाया और दोनों तरफ बनाया। आज सुबह से तो वही सीख रहे, तो आप वो तो बना ही देंगे।
चेंजिंग रूम के साथ उसी में होगा ना, चेंजिंग रूम उधर ही शूट रैक होगा। गाँव में सब तो चेंजिंग रूम में होगा ना।
Okay, any inputs from the facilitator now?
One side is little bit more crowded, मतलब this right side.
Okay.
Because it must be having space constraint, I think, and that side can be used for. This side is more crowded. Medicine store and one surgical store can also be.
दो एक ही होगा।
Surgical store.
दोनों यही होंगे। एक्चुअली चेंजिंग रूम आईसीयू के बाहर होते हैं, अंदर नहीं होते हैं।
Yes. Yes.
Sketch pen से
Now, everyone listen to me. The basic designing is missing. सुबह सबको क्या क्या बताया था कि हमें पिलर चाहिए, कॉरिडोर चाहिए और रिम्स चाहिए। तो ऐसे ही आईसीयू में पहले हमें अंदर का मूवमेंट ऑफ पीपल कहाँ से होगा, हमने सिर्फ बेड को अरेंज कर दिया और उसके बाद इधर एक स्टोर रूम बना दिया, इसका दरवाजा किधर होगा? तो पहले आप अंदर का मूवमेंट डिसाइड कीजिए कि आपको आईसीयू, मेन आईसीयू में जब आप एंट्री करेंगे तो इधर अगर गए तो स्टोर आएंगे, इधर गए तो पेशेंट एरिया आएगा। तो ये सब जगह दोनों साइड ये ना बना के एक साइड ये बना लो, एक साइड पेशेंट एरिया बना लो, ठीक है। बीच में एक कॉरिडोर है, आप इस तरफ एक्सेस टू स्टोर्स, एक्सेस टू एवरीथिंग, लैब एंड एवरीथिंग, जहां पे से आप पेशेंट को बिना इंटरफियर करके यू कैन हैव अ मूवमेंट फॉर द अदर साइड। सब एग्री कर रहे हैं मुझसे? स्पेस तो हमने जितना स्पेस है हम उसको डिवाइड कर सकते हैं ना। आपकी एंट्री यहाँ से हुई, आपने एक साइड में पेशेंट एरिया बना लिया। हाँ हाँ, जब भी आप बनाएंगे आप एक साइड पूरा पेशेंट एरिया बनाइए, यहाँ पे से एक कॉरिडोर बनाइए, उस कॉरिडोर में से हर स्टोर के लिए एक रास्ता भी बनाइए। जब आपको पता ही नहीं है कहाँ से किधर जाओगे तो कैसे आईसीयू डिजाइन करना? तो बेसिक फर्स्ट स्टेप वॉज मिसिंग। सेकेंडली, अब इन्होंने कहा एक हैंड वॉशिंग एरिया सिर्फ काउंटर के पास होना चाहिए। तो यहाँ पे काम करना है इस पेशेंट के पास, मैं हर बार हाथ धोने यहाँ पे नहीं आऊंगी, इट्स वेरी कम्बरसम। आपको कितनी बार प्रोसीजर के बीच में आप अगर हाथ धोना पड़े तो एटलीस्ट 2 बेड के बीच में एक एक आप वॉश बेसिन दीवार में लगा सकते हैं, वरना एटलीस्ट एक साइड में और एक साइड में भी आप वॉश बेसिन छोड़ सकते हैं, वरना हैंड स्क्रब रखो बिटवीन 2 बेड। और वैसे भी आप ये बोल रहा है ठीक है आपकी यूनिट का। फिर आपने एक पेशेंट की यूनिट को स्पेस कितना दिया है? आपको सुबह बताया था टर्निंग स्पेस, बोलना था ना प्रेजेंटेशन में, आपको पूरा मौका दिया था, है ना? अंडरस्टूड कैसे होगा? मेरे को तो कुछ भी नहीं पता, ठीक है। तो आपको पहले हर स्पेस में, और फिर आपको एक यूनिट को आप हर एक में नहीं लगाते यहाँ पे, लेकिन एटलीस्ट लिख देते दिस इज द स्पेस ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड फॉर द वेंटिलेटर, दिस इज द स्पेस फॉर द बेड साइड ट्रॉली। है ही नहीं, आपके पास पेन दिया था, स्केच पेन दिया, तो आपको यहाँ पे एटलीस्ट एक यूनिट को पूरा आपको डिटेल में लिखना चाहिए था कि यहाँ पे आपका बेड साइड ट्रॉली होगी, पेशेंट की बेड साइड ट्रॉली भी चाहिए ना, यहाँ पे आपका वेंटिलेटर स्पेस होगा, बैक साइड में मॉनिटर होगा, ठीक है, पैनल होगा। कोई भी एक साइड में आप एक यूनिट के बारे में डिटेल में लिख सकते हैं। इस काउंटर पे भी आपको क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज होंगी वो भी लिखना है। यू हैव जस्ट मेड अ काउंटर फॉर द नर्स, वेयर इज द स्पेस फॉर द डॉक्टर, वेयर इज द सेंट्रल मॉनिटरिंग स्पेस। आपने अज्यूम कर रहे हो ना, आप यू आर ऑल अज्यूमिंग इट, बट वी नीड टू पेन इट डाउन, ठीक है। हमने आपको आईसीयू के अंदर का ही बोला था, आप लिफ्ट और फायर एग्जिट और वहां पे ध्यान दे रहे।
एक्चुअली अभी जो हमारे पास है ना, हम उसी में ही खोए हुए थे।
हमने सारी चीजें को फ्लैग इसलिए नहीं बना के दिया,
उसी में है मैडम। अभी जो सीमेंटिंग मेमोरी में है ना,
no but there was a session on designing of
कॉरिडोर वगैरह तो बनेंगे ही ना, फोटो तो बनना ही है।
बनेंगे, लेकिन कहाँ से घुसोगे वो तो बता दो।
इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए।
ठीक है, आपको कंक्रीट प्लानिंग में इन्वॉल्व नहीं किया, चार्ट की प्लानिंग में तो आप इन्वॉल्व कर लो। This is just a learning exercise. Remember, हमारे एटीट्यूड सबके दिमाग
पर ये बिल्कुल बॉल के साथ नहीं होंगे ना, फिर पीछे मूवमेंट का कुछ।
हाँ तो मैंने बोला सिर्फ एक साइड में पेशेंट एरिया कर लो, एक साइड में आप ये कर लो, यहाँ पे आप इस तरफ लैब एरिया, और इस आईसीयू का एक एक्सिट इधर से भी कर लो ताकि आप यहाँ से भी बाहर आ सकते हो, यहाँ से भी घुस सकते हो।
वही हमने ऐसे करके
लाइन ड्रॉ करो ना, रास्ते बनाओ। लाइंस ड्रॉ करते हैं रास्ते पर। इसके अलावा और कुछ है किसी के पास? मेरे पास है और भी।
अब इतना आर्किटेक्चरल
मैं भी परफेक्ट नहीं हूँ। परफेक्ट इस दुनिया में कोई भी नहीं है, मैं भी नहीं। हाँ, ऐसे ही सीखते हैं तो आपको याद रहेगा। ठीक है, इसके अलावा जैसे आपने बोला आपको एक मेडिकल स्टोर और एक सर्जिकल स्टोर चाहिए। वाई भी किसी ने बोला कि देयर शुड बी ओनली वन, एक ही से काम चला रहे, क्यों चलाएंगे हम? दो है, हमारे पास जगह है, हमारे पास जगह है, वी कैन ऑलवेज प्लान टू। एंड वेयर इज द क्रिस्टलॉइड प्लेस? क्रिस्टलॉइड स्पेस नहीं बनाया, लिनन स्टोर नहीं बनाया। और सबसे बड़ी बात, आपको आईसीयू से बाहर की तरफ का रास्ता भी होना चाहिए जहाँ से हमने दिया बहुत सारी उसमें सीखना है, आइडियल प्लान करना है। आपको एक कॉर्नर बनाना चाहिए जहाँ से आपका इन्फेक्टेड सामान बाहर निकल जाए। ठीक है, there should be a space outside the ICU, another corridor where there should be an exit of the sluice room, there should be an exit of the BMW waste, where at least for the infected waste to be पूरे ICU के कॉरिडोर में से ना जाए। आपने सिर्फ कह दिया यहाँ पे और उसके बगल में दे दिया आपने। फिर आपको आज सुबह AHU यूनिट के बारे में बताया था, एयर मूवमेंट वाला। कहाँ लगाओगे उसको? तो इंस्टॉल करना है ना, बाहर ही लगेगा, बिल्कुल एंट्रेंस के पास या साइड में कहीं ना कहीं लगेगा, बट आपको उसके लिए स्पेस देना है।
तो बाहर ही अब तो इंक्रोचमेंट एरिया में जाएगा और तो बाहर ही
स्केच पेन से अलग
हाँ, somebody said we should have a baggage room. Why we should not have a baggage room? We should actually have a baggage room because these patients are they are coming and admitted in the ICU. Patient will be provided things from the ICU itself. But उसको घर भी जाना है ना, वापस अपने कपड़े पहन के जाएगा। ठीक है, आइडियली होना चाहिए एक बाहर की तरफ एक रूम होना चाहिए फॉर पेशेंट्स ओन बिलोंगिंग्स, लॉकर्स जो कि उनके रिलेटिव एक्सेसिबल कर सकते हैं। वो भी आईसीयू से बाहर ही होगा। आईसीयू के बाहर क्यों होगा? आपकी स्टोर या उसके अंदर जो पेशेंट चेंजिंग रूम होगा उसके पास हो सकता है। जो पेशेंट्स का चेंजिंग रूम है उसके बगल में दे सकते हैं, उसी में दे सकते हैं। थोड़ा बड़ा बना दीजिए। ठीक है, और वहीं पे पेशेंट के चेंजिंग रूम में स्क्रब स्पेस भी होना चाहिए। प्लीज वो अपने हाथ धो के आए, पेशेंट के रिलेटिव भी हाथ धो के आए ना, तो उसके पास में भी एक वॉशरूम प्लस वॉश बेसिन दोनों चाहिए। फिर टॉयलेट्स नहीं बनाया,
बनाया था इसके लिफ्ट के पास।
हाँ बिल्कुल बाहर तो बहुत कुछ किया गया, बट मेल एंड फीमेल सेपरेट चाहिए। You will have lots of technicians, you will have lots of OTAs. You need, even for the staff, you need two. Right? फिर एक रूम डिस्कशन रूम बनाओ, कभी कोई बात करनी है, कोई पेशेंट की कोई भी डिस्कशन रूम है, एक डिस्कशन रूम भी बना चाहिए ना। ठीक है, I think I've included most of the things. So a big clap to the group who have prepared the ICU. Presenter के लिए चलो we shift it and now we ask
I hope you enjoyed planning this ICU.
For the diving, we give it a very fancy word.
So now we'll have another group activity of designing an emergency. नींद नहीं आई ना किसी को? मैं सोने नहीं देती. Designing an emergency. Next group can only 5 or 6 people can come. जो पहले आए थे वो नहीं. Let us give a chance to everyone. आओ ना मना आओ. ट्राई करने में क्या करना है? बड़ों का ओपिनियन ही चाहिए होता
इमरजेंसी वाले को बुलाओ.
अरे मैं कहीं की नहीं हूँ. मैं लास्ट में सब बता दूंगी.
आप तो ओवरऑल
मतलब ऐसा रेड एरिया में
और येलो मॉडरेट और ग्रीन एंड व्हाइट को तो कैजुअलिटी खराब है ना.
ये अलग अलग बैड कोडिंग किया है. रेड ग्रीन येलो उसका कोडिंग एंट्रेंस आप पूरा
ताकि ये सारा सामान इकट्ठा रहेगा. हाँ
माइनर ओपी
वो बनाया हुआ है.
आप जो पूछ जो अगर क्लास कंफर्म बता दूंगी बाद में. अगर क्लास में नहीं है तो
पीडी वाले दो थे दोनों भाग
आपके तो कोई इमरजेंसी कोई है उनका शायद कुछ अर्जेंट कॉल आ गया.
शिफ्ट हो रही है.
हाँ शिफ्ट
सबसे पहले रास्ता
रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए उधर अगर
रजिस्ट्रेशन
Emergency के
एंट्री
लिए।
करेंगे, रजिस्ट्रेशन एक साइड में जाएगा और स्क्रीनिंग एक साइड में। नहीं नहीं, जैसे आप ऐसे एंटर करते हैं तो एक साइड में रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, उसको वहाँ पे रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए बहुत सारी स्क्रीनिंग के लिए जाएंगे तो वो वहाँ पे हमारे डॉक्टर से बैठे
बट इसमें ये ज़्यादा डिस्टेंस नहीं जाएगी क्योंकि पेशेंट क्रिटिकल है तो वहाँ पे कि पेशेंट होगा तो वहाँ पे क्रिटिकल पेशेंट डायलिसिस जल्दी से करेंगे आगे लंबा प्रोसेस अभी रखी
स्क्रीनिंग वाले को कर मैंने पहले बोला था पुलिस पार्टीशन ये सारे ये पेशेंट के लिए लाना पड़ेगा।
और मॉनिटर भी यहाँ पे
So shall we discuss? Is your planning for an emergency over? Auntie, आपकी 2 minutes more. 2 minutes more, please finalize your planning. ये कौन है कैमरे के सामने जो बैठे हुए पिंक सूट में? मैम प्लीज। अरे आप हमें ही दिख रहे हो, आप हमें दिखाई दे रहे हो, देखिए ना सामने स्क्रीन पे। मैम उठिए, मैम उठिए।
बहुत ज्यादा खाना है, क्या कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ऐसा चाहिए
मैम आप लाइव में प्लीज।
अल्ट्रासाउंड का रूम होगा ना, वो कॉरिडोर बनाओ जाके ना मेन एंट्री अंदर एक एंट्री
हाँ जी। Now please one of you stay back for the presentation. 5 तो पहले ले ली। Okay, 1 more minute.
जैसे ओटी बनाते हैं ना वैसे ओटी बने रहेगी। एक साइड में एक साइड में वो तो यहाँ पे था, यहाँ से कॉरिडोर का ये वैक्सीन माइनर ओटी के लिए जगह यहाँ तो पेशेंट्स है ऑलरेडी माइनर ओटी एक साइड पे रखते हैं बीच में आ गया
ये इसलिए आई यहाँ पे पानी की बोतल
माइनर के पीछे कोने में उसके पीछे कोने में ये दोनों एग्जिट है इधर ये भी फायर
वगैरह लिख लीजिए यहाँ पे इस साइड रखिए ऐसे ही बना रहे हैं ना
यहाँ चाहिए तो हम आ सकते हैं और मौजूद
यहाँ से बनाइए आप
Okay, let us listen to them now what they have planned. So everybody please pay attention. Listen carefully what they have planned and then so that you are able to give your suggestions what should have been done and how.
माइनर ओटी
कोई रास्ता नहीं है
सुमन कोई बात नहीं अब सजेशन देंगे तब चेंज कराएंगे प्रेजेंट करना
अभी हुआ ही नहीं मैम पूरा अभी तो मैम कंप्लीट हुआ ही नहीं है
मैम आप उनका साइकोलॉजिकल सपोर्ट वहीं खड़े रहिए
क्योंकि मैम अभी पूरा भरा है
सुमन ये माइक आगे शिफ्ट कर दो
what we have planned ma'am actually this will be the entrance area for the casualty and here it will be the screening area this is here is registration area then the patient will be screened and will be divided accordingly to the red or green or yellow area if the patient is further in the critical condition the patient will be soon shifted to the red critical area which we have made the 3 beds here with the monitors and ventilator everything available and this place will be for the equipment like defibrillator and all here is crash cart and these are the beds for the critical area and the nursing station is this side and nurses will be separately posted here for the critical area and then whatever the samples will be taken for the emergency those will be done here the washroom is here then lab is here in case any UBG or something like this to be done that lab is nearby then the other patient with the green and the yellow they will be taken care this side what else and the investigation whatever had to be carried out for like x-ray and ultrasound the patient will be sent here for the ultrasound and the x-ray and other tests CT scan तो कैजुअलिटी में नहीं रहता ना CT scan MRI
आपकी अपनी अपनी चॉइस है हो भी सकता है हाँ आइडियली होना चाहिए
but like we are not having since years we haven't seen so we are not in habit of seeing that casualty MRI and CT scan in the casualty
at least not MRI but at least CT scan can be done
yeah. So this lab can be adjusted here like CT scan lab ठीक है
हम एक्सरे के साथ उसी फ्लैग पे सीटी स्कैन लिख दीजिए
चलो ठीक है इधर एक्सरे अल्ट्रासाउंड एंड सीटी स्कैन चलो दिस इज माइनर ओटी ना यहाँ पे सीटी स्कैन बट माइनर ओटी आप करेंगे। सीटी स्कैन तो हर एक को एडवाइस नहीं करेंगे, तो उसको पीछे कर सकते हैं मैम।
अल्ट्रासाउंड और एक एबीजी
एबीजी के लिए वहीं पे एक लैब है उधर, है ना। And one nursing station is here. The patient will be like divided. This nursing station will be the whoever is posted here will take care of the critical and the patients. Like patient, half of the patient can be taken care by this nursing station staff.
ये स्क्रीनिंग वाले डॉक्टर्स और नर्सेज
स्क्रीनिंग के स्क्रीनिंग तो बाहर हो गई, स्क्रीनिंग बाहर हो गई। तो ये 2 स्टेशन बनाए हैं वो critical।
आपको पूरी इमरजेंसी के लिए उतना ही बड़ा चार्ट है, बाहर अंदर कुछ नहीं है। आपको जो प्लान करना है आपकी इमरजेंसी के लिए, आप उसको चार्ट के ऊपर ही प्लान कीजिए।
And for the OTs, like some minor procedure has to be done, the patient will be taken here from this way, or otherwise the patient can be taken from the other way. On the X-ray, after X-ray and ultrasound, the patient can be taken to CT, this minor OT. But here, for the minor OT, we should have other rooms also for the like scrubbing and all. Those will be covered in this area only. And the store will be this side. Medicine store is this side. So like surgical store and crystalloid and medicine store, all will be covered on one side. And then there should be one rack here, so there should be, because it will be very far off for these nursing stations. So one rack should be there for the medicine and the crystalloid, so that they not have to rush to this side for getting the things. What else?
अभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स की बारी आएगी। Okay, so very good planned emergency by this team. Now I invite comments from the group. What suggestions are there? There was a suggestion for an ECG room. Very good suggestion. वहाँ से मैंने सुना था।
But generally, in casualty, it is not feasible to take every patient to the.
Please लिख लीजिए, हम आपकी बात सुनेंगे।
Because there should be mobile ECG that one, portable है ना मैम।
ठीक है, पोर्टेबल भी है, बट उन्होंने मेंशन नहीं किया था। स्पेस तो चाहिए ना रखने के लिए मशीन। There is a suggestion for plaster room also. Please write down. We'll discuss.
ट्रॉमा सेंटर में अच्छा लगेगा। आप बुलाना। हम तो अपनी कैजुअलिटी में घूमते रह गए मैम। ट्रॉमा सेंटर कैजुअलिटी में लानी थी
मैडम। यही इमरजेंसी में सब कुछ था पहले। मैडम इस इमरजेंसी में सब कुछ था पहले। मैं उस जमाने से वही अस्पताल में।
एक्चुअली मैम अभी हम जमाने तक पहुंचे नहीं, अभी तक में चल रहे थे ना।
यस।
हाँ, तो प्लास्टर रूम भी साथ में बनाना पड़ेगा माइनर ओटी, तो सारे प्रोसीजर के लिए।
और कोई सजेशंस?
अदर इफ
बनाया
साथ में कमरा आ जाएगा डॉक्टर के साथ।
Any other suggestions? हाँ, observation rooms. Observation rooms is another suggestion. Okay, there is a confusion there. There is a confusion then. 10 bedded emergency means 10 beds are the admission beds. इसके अलावा these trolleys of red area, green area and yellow area, they are not admission beds. Am I right? Yes. All these trolleys of triage, they are not admission beds. Admission beds are the 10 beds which you can call as observation rooms or 10 beds. So कोई बात नहीं, वो confusion हो गया, उन्होंने उन्हीं 10 को ऐसे arrange। तो उसके अलावा और हमारे पास क्या होना चाहिए इमरजेंसी? आपके एंट्री एग्जिट बहुत सही बनाया आपने।
क्रिस्टलाइड रूम नहीं
बनाया बोला।
Because may one more crash cart can be arranged like for that other than this red area, no?
No, it is not only other than the red area. Otherwise, also every emergency should have at least 4 crash carts. Because there can be an emergency at any place, and Red area में तो there should be fixed, but there should be at least 2 or 3 crash carts which are movable, which are missing. Then in the ICU planning also, I told you that there should be space for ventilators. It is again missing.
But she told a ventilator.
हमें बताया थोड़ा सा जगह ये रखा है
हमें वेंटिलेटर सिर्फ रेड एरिया में चाहिए, ग्रीन और येलो में नहीं चाहिए।
मैं वो जगह हमने
और
इसलिए बनाई ऐड
जब आपने बताया था तब आपने इधर ही हाथ करके बताया था।
हम वो बताया कि बनाई जगह वहाँ पर भी बता हाथ यहाँ लग गया होगा जगह वहाँ बनाई थी मैं monitors and not that time I maybe because of telling I might have kept the hand here.
ठीक है मैम बैठिए।
During the planning actually we had this. Hold on.
Fine. ठीक है मैम बैठिए। इधर जाइए। Other than this, what else is there which is missing or which should be there in an ideal emergency? Where's the registration place for emergency patients? Screening मुझसे मिस हुआ है। So there should be some specific space for registration screening, so that and from there itself there should be a person to guide the person. ट्राइज एरिया के वहाँ पे या कहीं पे कुछ गाइडेंस काउंटर बनाना है। मे आई हेल्प? हाँ, पुलिस पोस्ट नहीं है, एमएलसी केसेस के लिए
वो भी होना चाहिए काउंटर।
रजिस्ट्रेशन के साथ ही पुलिस पोस्ट या एमएलसी काउंटर होना चाहिए। ठीक है, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज इमरजेंसी में सारे एमएलसी केसेस होते हैं। इसको बुलाएंगे, बस खत्म हो गया हमारी 2 ही एक्सरसाइज थी। राजकुमारी को अगली
अच्छा मैं सोचा ओटी के लिए भी है। हम ओटी वाले रह गए। हमारे बच्चे वेट कर हम अपने आए जा रहे हैं।
हमने ओटी की बात ही नहीं की, हमने तो प्लान भी नहीं किया। आपने जो प्लान दिया है उसमें हमने आईसीयू इमरजेंसी लिख दी है। जाके अपनी अपनी ओटी की तोड़-फोड़ करना और ठीक से रीशफलिंग कर देना, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है।
सोशल वर्कर also is very
यस, एमएसडब्ल्यू।
मैम अपने साइज जो एरिया है ना बहुत कम है। अगर हमने बेड पास में लगा दिया आपको ऑब्जेक्शन था कि बेड पास में और
नहीं ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है, आप बोल सकते हो एक बेड की इतना स्पेस होएगा, बाकी आप चाहे 2 मत लगाओ, यहाँ पे 2 और 3 लिख दो। मैंने कहा ही नहीं कि आपको हमने तो आपको सिर्फ चीजें फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए प्रोवाइड की,
कंफ्यूज करने के लिए प्रोवाइड किया।
अच्छा है, मतलब
मतलब डेमो अच्छा।
अच्छा आपने लैब बनाया है, कहाँ पे बनाया? हाँ बनाया, कहाँ पे? हाँ रेड एरिया के पास बनाया शायद। वो बहुत सही जगह बनाया क्योंकि बिकॉज हमें वहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा फास्ट चाहिए, प्लस हमें रेड एरिया का सबसे कम स्पेस चाहिए। हमें मैक्सिमम 1 या 2 बेड चाहिए। जिस अगर पेशेंट जैसे स्टेबल होगा विल शिफ्ट द पेशेंट टू द आईसीयू और टू द ओटी डिपेंड। बट हमें येलो और ग्रीन एरिया का, स्पेशली येलो एरिया का जिसमें हम ऑब्जर्वेशन कर रहे हैं, ग्रीन का तो चला जाएगा ना घर, तो येलो एरिया को थोड़ा ज्यादा स्पेस चाहिए। ये जब भी हम प्लान करते हैं तो हमें ये पॉइंट्स को थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना है कि हमें येलो एरिया को थोड़ा ज्यादा स्पेस देना है, जहाँ पे पेशेंट 2 घंटे 4 घंटे 6 घंटे रुक के फिर जाए। बट हमारा रेड एरिया का पेशेंट जैसे ही हम स्टेबल कर देंगे, या तो हम उसको येलो में शिफ्ट कर देंगे या फिर आईसीयू या ओटी या फिर वार्ड। ठीक है ना। ग्रीन एरिया भी हमें कम चाहिए क्योंकि पेशेंट को हार्डली, हाँ मतलब यूजुअली तो हम ट्राइज काउंटर से या थोड़ी सी देर मैनेज करने के बाद ही भेज देंगे या मैक्सिमम ट्रीटमेंट रूम से, और अगर नहीं भी रखा है तो उसको फिर से येलो एरिया में रखें। तो ग्रीन भी हमें बहुत कम स्पेस चाहिए। ठीक है, तो ये प्रोपोर्शन हमें हमेशा ध्यान रखना है। माइनर ओटी बनाया आपने बिल्कुल अंदर घुसने के बाद। हाँ आप इसको रेड और येलो जोन के बीच में बनाइए जहाँ पे आपने लैब बनाया है, सो दैट हमें यूजुअली येलो एरिया के लोगों के लिए माइनर ओटी चाहिए। Do you all agree?
एक्सरे रूम भी उधर ही होना चाहिए।
नहीं, एक्सरे रूम में तो या तो हम बेड साइड करेंगे। देखो, या तो हम बेड साइड करेंगे, बेड साइड नहीं कर रहे तो पेशेंट को शिफ्ट कर सकते हैं, तो वी हैव टाइम फॉर दैट। अच्छा, आपने वॉशरूम किधर है? इधर है, बहुत दूर है, येलो एरिया से। चलेगा, चलो कोई बात नहीं, पेशेंट चलते चलते। हैंड वॉशिंग प्लेसेस, वॉशरूम है, हैंड
येलो यहाँ पे हैंड वॉशिंग।
हाँ, एक ही है। ये रेड एरिया के पास वो एंट्रेंस पे है। मैं बोल रही हूँ रेड एरिया के पास एक यहाँ पे दोनों बेड। ठीक है, बोला था। आइडियली मतलब एक रेड एरिया में एक हैंड वॉशिंग एरिया जरूर चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली ग्लव्स उतरेंगे और दूसरे ग्लव्स भी पहने जाए, ठीक है ना। तो एक वहां पे होना चाहिए और एक आपने इधर बनाया, ये बात। एनी अदर इनपुट फ्रॉम अदर?
चेंजिंग रूम डॉपिंग बनाना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, डॉनिंग डॉपिंग अगर बनाना पड़े तो कहाँ बनाएंगे? ऑब्वियसली एंट्री पे बनाएंगे, या फिर नर्सेस चेंजिंग रूम के जस्ट बाहर। हमने एक्सिट अलग अलग बनाई नहीं है, फिर हमें उसके लिए कॉरिडोर बनाना है। तो इस रूम का भी बाहर, और इवन इन्फेक्टेड सामान जाने के लिए सेम एक्सटर्नल कॉरिडोर चाहिए, और उसका रास्ता बाहर की तरफ होना चाहिए। आपने बिल्कुल बाहर की तरफ ही बनाया है। यहाँ पे जो लिखा हुआ है, हाँ, यहाँ पे जो लिखा हुआ है वो बहुत सही जगह लिखा हुआ है कि बाहर की तरफ, और उसके एंट्री एक तरफ और एक्सिट दूसरी तरफ, दोनों तरफ से रास्ता होना चाहिए।
डोनिंग एंट्री में और डॉपिंग।
बट अब जमाना खत्म हो गया डॉनिंग, चलो आया और गया, है ना, आया और गया। मैं कल था लास्ट डे। अच्छा,
केसेस वापस बढ़ने शुरू हो गए यूरोप में। स्टार्टिंग यूरोप से होती है।
जिस तरह से अब सुबह से सब लोग मास्क लगा के बैठे हैं, चांसेस है
जर्मनी में 2.5 लाख पेशेंट्स आए।
चलिए, with this we come to an end of our practical exercises also, and I hope you enjoyed whole day. It was a good learning. ये तो उनसे ले लेना, सिमेंट से फोटो उन्होंने ले ली, बहुत अच्छी वाली। They will provide us. अभी आज ही पेन ड्राइव में लेके था।
बहुत अच्छा लगा।
सब मैम की मेहनत है और सुमन मैडम की मेहनत है। सुमन आ जाओ बेटा, टेबल से हटा दो। बताएंगे आपका इंग्लिश में लास्ट एक मिनट पोस्टर्स ले लो। चलो, सुबह से बहुत पढ़ाई होगी, अब एग्जाम हो जाए। बहुत एंजॉय किया ना। मैं फोन पता नहीं कहाँ रख दिया। हर एंजॉयमेंट के साथ थोड़ा काम है। 5 मिनट में कर देंगे तो 5 मिनट में खत्म कर देंगे, वरना 10 मिनट का टाइम दे दें। Anyway, this exam is not evaluatory at all. So feel free to answer. किसी की डिग्री नहीं रोकेंगे. वो सिर्फ आपकी सिचुएशन है ना, सबकी नहीं. साथ साथ ही दे दो ना. कैसे क्या पड़े रहते वो वाला माइक ठीक से बात करता है ना. ठीक है.
एक नल हाइपोथेसिस वाला क्वेश्चन गलत था और एक
रिजल्ट भी आ गया.
नहीं आया नहीं है. फिर नल हाइपोथेसिस
डिलिमिटेशन.
एक और था जो कि डायरेक्ट गलत था.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Arun Verma, senior.
May I have your attention, please? Thank you, Monica ma'am and Suman ma'am, for the interactive practical session for designing of emergency and ICU. Now I request Shashi ma'am to present momentum.
वैलिडिटी कहाँ से शुरू हुआ? मैं तो यहीं पे वैलिडिटी
सामने मन का अभी का प्रैक्टिकल सेशन मैम ने और मैम ने तैयारी किया था। थैंक यू मैम।
कलेक्ट कर लो जिसका हो गया
डिस्कस कर सकते हैं इनको आंसर्स को, ताकि जो हमें इनको डाउट्स पहले भी थे वो क्लियर हो जाएंगे वो।
ठीक है
पता चल जाएगा ना।
अच्छा लेकिन फिर आप अपने आंसर तो नहीं चेंज कर लो
तो आपको ओवरराइटिंग पता चल जाएगी।
I have written message the table as honor. Yeah, so they call us. Okay. Table में देखेंगे very negative है, so that is not.
कर भी लेगा that is हमें तो पता चलेगा ना।
ये वाला माइक ऑन। So for question 1,
Preparation phase of emergency management include exercises and drills. So for question number 1, okay.
चलिए मैं हैव अटेंशन प्लीज आपकी रिक्वेस्ट पे हम आंसर शेयर कर रहे हैं.
So for question number 1, preparation phase includes exercises and drills. Okay. Preparedness phase. First question, option number 2, B. Next, disaster or emergency can happen at any time. What is the first part of emergency management cycle to consider that time? For question number 2, preparedness, preparation. Okay. So for that we should be prepared. First part. First is we should be prepared.
हमें हमेशा पहले से प्रिपेयर होना चाहिए. आपने ये पहले बोला था और ये हमने सुबह से हम आपको ये बात बोल रहे हैं. कोई बात नहीं. टाइम ऑफ डिजास्टर तो रिस्पांस देना है ना, वही हमने उसको.
Next is, what is the advantage of planning for emergencies? It is to save life and property. So for question number 4, what are the 4 phases of emergency management? B. Fourth, A. Mitigation, preparedness, response and recovery. Okay, mitigation, preparedness, then response and recovery. Next, question number 5.
आप सब आंसर मत चेंज करो.
What is the goal of emergency preparedness?
Prevent severe. First question you have said mitigation is wrong. Question number 1. And now question number 4.
See, that is a cycle which we are talking. And in the first question we are talking about only for one phase. And in the third question it is the cycle which goes on.
No, I am talking about the fourth one.
हाँ, fourth question.
Actually, what happens in mitigation?
To make less.
जो पहले का इम्पैक्ट है उसको खत्म करके नई प्लानिंग करना. तो वो पहले का इम्पैक्ट को तो पहले खत्म करना है ना. उससे पहले भी कुछ हुआ होगा तो पहले उसका इम्पैक्ट खत्म करना है, फिर नई प्लानिंग. यस.
Fourth, A. Mitigation, preparedness, response and recovery. Okay. Next is 5th. What is the goal of emergency preparedness? 5th.
Prevent severe. मैम आपने लेक्चर में चारों फेज पढ़ाने थे थोड़ा सा.
हाँ.
5th A.
वो आपने मिस किया इसलिए हमारे सब क्वेश्चन गलत है.
कोई बात
आपको
नहीं.
ग्रेस मार्क्स.
हमने तो कह ही दिया, हम आपकी डिग्री रोक ही नहीं रहे.
Ensure that adequate capability exists at all level of effective response. 5th का A. Next 6th. The information required for preparation of a disaster plan is called strategic information. 6A. ठीक है. 7th. What is the first thing that you should do if the emergency occurs? C. Okay. Exit the nearest exit door. Okay. Okay. So what is next question? What is the following? Which of the following is not a phase of emergency preparedness? Illustration. So illustration is not the phase. Okay. So for now, what does the acronym EPO stand for? Emergency planning officer is not. Okay. Emergency planning officer. EPO. Okay. D. Emergency planning officer. Next. Emergency department in a hospital should be located on ground floor. What type of light should be preferable in emergency department? Natural light should be preferable. नेचुरल लाइट भी आनी चाहिए ना.
It is preferable.
Preferable.
It is preferable. Ideally, we should try. अब हम every place is not like AIMS Delhi. Please go to district hospital. Please go to CHCs. Please go to other places जहाँ पे एक ही floor पे सब कुछ होता है. And we do not have AC vents. We do not have false ceilings. There is a different kind of construction, so it is preferable light. Preferable is natural light. एम्स से बाहर निकलिए. तो आप बंद मत कीजिए ना, शीशे लगाइए. आपके एपीएट आईसीयू में सब जगह शीशे लगे हुए हैं. आप कर्टेन से उसको भी बंद कर देते हैं.
नहीं सफिशिएंट नहीं है.
Ideally, preferable is a natural light. Let's proceed to the next question.
मतलब वो तो एडवांस में आप ब्राइट लाइट और अगर कुछ भी प्रोसीजर हो रहे हैं तो उसके लिए आप यूज करेंगे, बट सभी पेशेंट्स के लिए ब्राइट लाइट दैट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. तो नेचुरल लाइट इज प्रेफरेबल इफ इट कैन कम इन द इमरजेंसी डिपार्टमेंट. What reference must be accessible at every workplace for each hazardous substance? Emergency response guide. 12. Okay. 6 feet is the distance between two beds. Okay, that is discussed for many times, I think. Emergency response guide should be. Emergency response guide should be. इसमें 13th A. Emergency response guide should be accessible at every workplace for any hazardous activity. Okay. So crash card in the emergency department, where it is immediately accessed. Okay. The wall thickness of ICU should be 6 inches.
ये आता है सबको. बताया ना 2 बार. हाँ. कुछ नहीं होता. डिग्री दे रहे हैं हम.
So what is the, which is most important? So it should be your safety. But first of all, before ensuring, मतलब विक्टिम की से अगर आप अनसेफ हैं और विक्टिम सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट अपने आप को सेव करना है. अगर
आप अपने आप को ही सेव नहीं करेंगे तो आप विक्टिम को कैसे सेव करेंगे? सिंपल सी चीज है. So first you have to ensure your safety, the environmental safety, and then the patient safety. चलिए नेक्स्ट बात. आप सेफ हैं तभी आप पेशेंट को बचाएंगे ना. सिर्फ अकेले नहीं भागना है, पेशेंट को लेके भागना है.
ठीक है. यू शुड फील दैट यू आर सेफ. मतलब अपने आप को आसपास सेफ एनवायरनमेंट क्रिएट, मतलब इस टाइप से एनवायरनमेंट करना है. ऐसा नहीं कि खुद भी फायर में कूद जाएंगे ना हम फायर से बचाने के लिए. नेक्स्ट, द ट्राइज विच विक्टिम यू फर्स्ट अप्रोच. द वर्स्ट, नहीं, द वर्स्ट साउंडिंग विक्टिम. ठीक है. द वर्स्ट साउंडिंग विक्टिम,
जो सबसे ज्यादा मुसीबत में है.
अगर पास में
भी चला जाएगा ना, अगर चलता फिरता है तो कोई जरूरी नहीं ना. क्लोजेस्ट जो जिसको सबसे ज्यादा आपकी जरूरत है, जो सबसे ज्यादा पेन में चिल्ला रहा हो.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑफ फायर इमरजेंसी.
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज. अभी बताते हैं उसका रीजनिंग. We'll give you that reasoning.
Infrastructure of for fire emergency should be planned depending on the height of the hospital building. Next, as a norm for planning purpose, the average number of patients expecting to visit the OPD daily are 2 for every authorized bed. 2 for every authorized bed. And shopping window for a hospital is OPD. OPD में आते हैं ना.
Okay, there was a question from Shani Didi. There was a question from Shani Didi ki during COVID they were giving preference to young patients. Was it an emergency disaster? No, right? We have to give preference to during COVID to those whose life productivity is more, which is less. I hope you got the answer. Okay, so let us now proceed to the validity session of today's program.
I hope everyone has finished the post test and also the feedback. May I have your attention, please, everyone? I think after the completion of all this, we are just looking forward to getting our certificates. Yes. So I would first request Tanya to please read the report of the workshop, and then we'll move forward to the certificate distribution. Tanya, please. Thank you, ma'am. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. And today in the morning, we started with the registration of the participants at 9 a.m. and we have 32 participants in number today. After that, we had inaugural session or ceremony at 9:40 a.m. in which Sir Dr. D.K. Sharma, Medical Superintendent, was the chief guest and Madam Nirmal Kane, Nursing Superintendent, was the guest of honor. All the dignitaries were welcomed. After that, we had a short tea break, which is followed by first session at 10 a.m., which is taken by Dr. Arun Verma sir on overview of hospital building norms, in which sir highlighted electrical and mechanical consideration, laws governing commissioning, AHU, that is air handling unit, infrastructural guidelines, prevention of disaster. Then we had second session at 11:30 a.m. taken by Sir Mr. Deepak B. Agarkhe on designing emergency department, ICU and beds. Sir shared his expertise on levels of ICU, civil structure, electrical services, medical equipment in ICU, air conditioning, and how to evacuate patients when emergency arises. Then we had third session at 12:20 p.m. taken by Sir Shri P.K. Rao on evacuation facilities for patients and staff. Sir shared his expertise on psychodynamic approach, height of ceiling, occupant load, importance of fire safety audit within 6 months. After that, we had two tabletop exercises which were very interesting. We divided the participants in two groups. We learned how to design an emergency as well as ICU. The participants really were very enthusiastic and were taking actively participate in the tabletop exercises. The designing of ICU was led by Madam Suman and the designing of emergency was led by Madam Monica. Then we had discussion with the participants and it was really very interesting session followed by post test. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Now I would request Dr. Shashi Mawar, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, and the coordinator for this workshop to please hand over the certificate. I'll just be calling the names of the participant in the order as we have received from the CNO office. So please don't have any offenses that it's not according to alphabets or any other way. This is the way we have received.
And this is not as per your score also.
Okay. Miss Sita Gimre.
किसी को फोटो लेनी है तो ले लीजिएगा, अपने अपने फ्रेंड्स की फोटो ले लीजिएगा।
उस ग्रुप में डाल सकते हैं ना?
हाँ जी मैम।
मिस नीलिमा, मिस नीलिमा,
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Good having you here.
मिस सुजन जोसेफ, नेक्स्ट इज मिस मोना, नेक्स्ट मिस मेरी कुट्टी,
Actually, सामने देखो।
मिस जेन,
So all photographers should be there here so that.
Thank you. Nice.
मिस शानमा, मिस सीमा,
Thank you.
मिस लवीजा डेविड,
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. Thank you. Enjoy so being here. Thank you. अरे थोड़ा सा उधर जाके बाकी लोगों को आने दीजिए ना।
मिस ममता, मिस रोजमा,
कोई बात नहीं, बहुत ले ली वो दे देंगे हम आपको ग्रुप में डाल के।
मिस रोजमा, मिस बिजीमोल, मिस रूपा, मिस आशमा, मिस परमजीत, मिस बलविंदर, मिस मार्गरेट, मिस पूनम, मिस पूनम, मिस वलसमा, मिस राजकुमारी, मिस मधु,
आप बुलाएंगे जरूर आएंगे पूरे में तो कैसे सबको बुलाते हैं।
मिस पुष्पा, मिस हर्ष, मिस रागिनी,
स्पीच नहीं है, आपको सबको ग्रुप में भेज देंगे, आप चिंता मत।
मैं ग्रुप में नहीं, मिस सिंधुमती,
हो गया।
अरे ग्रुप में नहीं है। रागिनी
हाथ लग गया होगा।
मिस इंदुमती,
इंदुमती, इंदुमती, अच्छा वो चली गई है।
मिस कल्पना, मिस रजनी, मिस लखपाल कौर, मिस बीना, मिस रम्या रेड्डी, मिस्टर करनी सिंह, मिस्टर राधेश्याम, Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
सर्टिफिकेट्स मिल गए।
And now we would like to have somebody from the audience for the participant feedback. Feedback regarding the workshop. आपको क्या अच्छा लगा, क्या और बेहतर हो सकता है, क्या सीखा?
And feel free to say any negative things so that we are having an opportunity to improve in the next workshop. Please come forward. कोई तो आके बोलो। मैम यहाँ पे आइए, वहाँ से बहुत सुन रही है, यहाँ पे आइए। आपको पहले ये बताइए ओवरऑल वर्कशॉप कैसी लगी?
Overall, अच्छी लगी क्योंकि it was just different subject, like we have never attended such kind of workshop before. We have attended on many diseases or something like that, but not on the infrastructure of the building. This was the first time I have attended that. So for the pre-test and post-test, I was just talking, like the questions were asked in the pre-test. Those points should have been covered in the lecture some or other way, so that like if they directly, if you don't want to tell us, but indirectly we should catch it.
Yes.
Those things were there. Like few like words like recovery, mitigation, every word was new for us in the fire emergencies. So those should have been covered actually.
Like this phases of
Disaster
management.
Yeah.
Right.
Like some questions were asked. I think many questions were not covered in those.
Basically, this workshop was not on disaster management, but we wanted to incorporate only the guidelines in the planning for disaster management. So, and we'll take care of this in future, that the pretest, even for this workshop, we had informed the pretest questions to all the speakers. But somehow, in some or the other ways, these areas were left out. So, we'll take care of this thing in future.
And
But we have-
activities were very good.
Our
Everybody
speakers
enjoyed
take
it.
part
Nobody
specific.
felt like sleeping after lunch. Yeah.
Good. खाना कैसा लगा? अब मुझे क्वेश्चन पूछना पड़ रहा है, मुझे लगा बता देंगे।
हाँ, चम्मच छूट गई फिर भी there was no option for other food.
There are glasses. No, ma'am. आप हम में से किसी को बोलते?
नहीं, they were providing glasses. Glasses तो थे. They were providing glasses.
ठीक है. Actually,
Anyway, thank you and all the best for the future.
Anybody?
Yeah, well done.
Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am, for your frank opinion.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I, on behalf of all the participants, would like to thank the organizers, ma'am. Thank you so much, especially to our MS, to our CMA ma'am, to our principal ma'am, and all of you. I think today's topic was a very innovative topic. For the first time, as a nurses, we may have our negative points here and there, apart from that. But today's topic is something, the first time we have been involved, nurses have been involved in hospital infrastructure. It's something a very big topic here, Marin.
At least the need has been felt. That
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I think that's why these it may be applicable in the coming 40, 50 years after this new building has its course खत्म होने के बाद, like in the after 40, 50 years के बाद.
Let us listen to her.
What I mean to say is that today Dr. Arun has told these all building, हमारा main building has finished its own course. That was around 50, 60 years past हो गया है. Now the new building has come up. That that also will finish its course. After that only we may be actively involved from today on. So it's a very innovative idea, ma'am. It's very appreciable. We should be more involved in future also. So thank you so much on behalf of all the participants. Thank you. Thank you.
मैम आप कुछ बोल रहे थे
हमारी तरफ से सब बोल रहे हैं जो बोल रहे हो वही बोल रहे हैं all and each and everything is good and going.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. I would like to thanks to all of you, especially College of Nursing, my principal ma'am, Madam Shashi, and all the professors and all the speakers. This is a very good effort for nurses. I sincerely thanks to all the speakers. This is a very informative, very educational session. And especially the part is this exercise is very good. Thank you, ma'am. This is the best way to for learning.
hands on.
Yes, and especially thanks to बच्चे लोग PC students. Thank you. Very good. Or you all are very pretty. Thank you. Thank you so much. थैंक यू मैम. मैम इसमें एक ही कमी थी कि अगर हमारे जो क्या इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट वाले भी आते उनके सामने ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का होता तो शायद और भी ज़्यादा अच्छा सा इंफॉर्मेटिव.
अच्छा उसका जवाब ये कि जो एक स्पीकर थे ना वो इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन के थे बाहर से थे.
ओके मैम.
वो चाहे हमारे इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन के हो या बाहर के हो गाइडलाइंस और जो डिजाइनिंग है वो इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन वालों ने ही ली है.
ओके मैम.
ही इज फ्रॉम इंजीनियरिंग सेक्शन.
हाँ बट मैम एक बात है कि जो उन्होंने दिखाया वो लखनऊ का उधर का वो हमारे हॉस्पिटल का दिखाना चाहिए था. हमारे हॉस्पिटल में क्या हो रहा है एक्चुअल में उसको कैसे हम इम्प्रूव करेंगे वो हमें बताना. हम लखनऊ में क्या हो रहा है ना हमें उससे.
So you are actually going out of the track. Actually we are not here to improve. We are here for the future planning.
फ्यूचर प्लानिंग
तो हम फ्यूचर के लिए तो ठीक है मतलब जो हमारे पास एग्जिस्टिंग है जो हमारे पास है वो तो हमें पता ही है.
जी जी.
तो फ्यूचर के लिए तो हमें बाहर के लोगों से सीखना चाहिए कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए.
ठीक है. थैंक यू सो मच मैम. क्लियर माय डाउट. थैंक यू. Thank you, dear participants, for this valuable feedback. Actually, we like to have these kind of, frank things. We should know. That was a very valid point regarding the pre-test, post-test. That would be kept in mind in the future workshops. Thank you so much. And now I, Mrs. Monica Sabharwal, on the behalf of the College of Nursing AIMS New Delhi, would like to thank every one of you for coming here, for your active participation, and would like to present a vote of thanks. First of all, let me thank Lord Almighty for granting His grace and blessings on us so that we could have seen this day physically after a long time, pandemic and online classes. Now we were able to physically offline sit here and do something. First of all, I would like to thank Director Sir, Professor Randeep Guleria, for his valuable guidance, for always giving us the support to the college for planning these kinds of sessions. Thank you
for the MS sir, Dr. D.K. Sharma, for gracing this occasion as the chief guest and for his words of wisdom. A word of thanks to our CNO ma'am, Ms. Kamlesh Chandelia, for always encouraging us, providing us participants, and especially for this workshop, we needed a senior category. Thank you for cooperating, ma'am, so much. A special note of thanks to Ms. Nirmal Ken, the nursing superintendent, for accepting the guest of honor for this workshop. I would like to thank our principal, Madam Dr. Lata Venkatesan, for her continuous guidance, support, motivation, and her leadership skills. This is her vision that we should go in this way. Thank you, ma'am, so much. I would like to thank Dr. Shashi Mawar, Associate Professor, College of Nursing, and the main coordinator for this workshop. Ma'am has tirelessly guided us how we should move forward, how we can conduct a workshop, and it went on without any glitches. Thank you, ma'am, so much for your constant support. A note of thanks to Ms. Suman, Tutor College of Nursing, part of the organizing team, for her guidance, for her support. I would also like to thank our post-basic BSc second years, the main motivating people, the wheels behind it, for their endless work, their tireless work, all these miniatures and all these things, logistics they prepared. So thank you everyone for managing things so nicely. I would like to thank the staff members and the faculty from the College of Nursing Aims. Like to thank the staff from the CMEC, from the SET facility, for providing all the logistics and the support. And if I think I missed anyone, yes, the people from the cafeteria. So, for the beautiful, nice, tasty snacks and the beautiful lunch. Okay. And a very special thank to Mr. Susan, on behalf of SET facilities, is always present here physically for helping us with all the technical things. And last but not the least, once again, a lot of thanks for the dear participants for your active participation. Really, the tabletop exercise was very nicely done. We were, little apprehensive, kaise hoga, but beautifully prepared, and your knowledge, your expertise was visible in that. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
मैं भी ग्रुप फोटो लेती हूँ हमारी टीम का पूरी का
जरूर बाहर आइए. Okay, we have a group photograph, then we'll have tea, and then we can discuss. Thank you all. Thank you.